Welcome to Rounders Card Club, everyone. My name is Drew. I'm gonna give you a tour. Come on in. So, one of the coolest things about the premier club here in San Antonio is golf simulators. There's actually 2 of them here, which is pretty sick. Let me show you a little something quick. How we do it, where I'm from. Easy 300, right here. Bye. But maybe golf's not your thing. I understand. Maybe chess is your thing. We have an in-house end boss. This man's name is Leonard. He's incredible. What's up, Leonard? But I'm gonna get him this time.
Oh, to me.
Not today, though. All right. GG's, Leonard.
All right, bro.
You know, another funny thing, actually, is I've been trying to get a haircut for weeks, but all I've been doing is playing poker. How am I gonna get to the barber shop? There's one here. Hi. Oh, nice. Thank you, Jasmine. And now that we're cleaned up, it's time to get something to eat. One thing you cannot forget to do is visit the Rail Bar and Grill here at Rounders. It has amazing food and drinks. I eat here all the time. I promise you will not be disappointed. You already see there are a bunch of reasons to come visit Rounders, and we haven't even talked about poker yet. Rounders has over 20 tables and action going around the clock. Don't worry about missing your favorite game either. There are TVs at every corner, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the best poker experience in Texas.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ethan here. Nice to give you some amazing 1-2-5 action tonight. You can see we've just updated our set, so it's going to be a really cool looking, I mean, overall, just the camera lighting and everything looks really nice. Today, I'm actually going to be commentating alone, as Rudy is going to be playing in the game, so that's going to be exciting. Looks like we got some stream regulars already, as well as some new faces, but this one's going to be a fun one for sure. And might be that one of our dealers, Matt, in seat 8 over there, not sure if he's playing or not, but looks like he might be. I think Drew and Hannah are on the way, and I believe they're also actually playing in this game, so it's definitely going to be a fun one. Hope everyone's having a nice night tonight. Last stream was pretty insane, so let's definitely see where this one's going.
Wow.
Already see some pretty big stacks.
The full amount? Full amount? Full amount? Jake, full amount? Chad, full amount? All that. Matt, full amount? Put those weights in your pocket, bro. Come on.
I haven't seen seat 3 before, but he's also buying in pretty big. I believe it might be 1K match to stack, but I'll get information on that soon, as this is a impromptu change. Yeah, looks like it is 1K NL match to stack. Bring in the new year, one of our first cash games. Actually, I think our first cash game of the new year, so that's exciting. Looking forward to new beginnings here.
Malibu Matt.
Malibu? My shit says Matt.
And just give me a sec as I'm getting something ready here. And you can see how much everyone's bought in for. So it does look like we're starting with 1,000 to start as a cap, and then after that, match the stack.
Is that how it works?
See how CHAZ plays this, because CHAZ really likes to get get a stack in when he wants to match when it's match the stack, as one way he either doubles up or he gets to match the 2000, which tends to be a strat that a lot of people use. I see Hollywood in seat 9. Might be Holly, I'm not sure. Got Eddie in seat 3. Haven't played with Eddie before. Our other commentator, Rudy. Oh, Hollywood, guys. We got some Scott. Very nice guy. Very good action. It's going to be a fun one with Scott as well. And that is Matt in seat 8. So Matt, our dealer, Rudy, our other commentator in seat 2.
Fellas, are we doing a 7 deuce game?
I'm hot, asshole.
Don't tell me.
I'm sorry. There's no phone for this reason. No phones. Okay,
Let me know who you guys are rooting for tonight. Yeah, tonight, Scott Hollywood is definitely very similar in play to.
I'm just kidding.
I would say he's very like in the middle ground of someone like Rhonda and CHAZ, where
I'll let you be my
he
last.
is somewhat tight in some spots, but he can also get really crazy and get in the mix with random stuff. I guess very much like there's so many different spectrums of the player, but Ant-Man is another one who comes into mind where he's not full DQ, but Ant-Man likes to gamble. Yeah, it looks like Hannah is going to come and play. I'm not sure if Drew is playing or possibly commentating with me. I'll figure that out, but I did see through the messages, Drew said that him and Hannah were on the way, so he's either commentating with me or playing the game.
No one is.
It's verifiable.
Looks like we're just getting everything ready here.
I do. I'm going to need a table because they're like do nothing on. I can't even put my dick on the table.
Yeah, I guess Rudy felt like playing because we just can't. Actually, me and him just got off a session on the 1-2 tables, and it seems like he was fiending for the game. Add a player to the table, but also play.
Relaxed over there.
You guys need anything? I'll just take some services.
Oh, good luck at the bar.
What, Superman?
Eddie.
Okay. Cards. We need players' cards, right?
Oh wait, we don't have cards.
What do I have your card?
Oh yeah, I got a card.
Do we have players' cards?
Please. Yeah, or the crowning code.
I need
Jack.
I need George to open the
I have a
table.
tab open already at the bar.
It's a
Okay,
cock.
put it on
I
your
mean,
table.
It's the live stream started.
It's on live, dude.
It's the live
You know what?
Put my card in here.
You know what? Let's turn the mic on. Scott's on the table.
I was getting ready to talk about getting us some Kid Rock lines, but I won't say that since the camera's on. Just kidding.
Let's mute the mics.
Oh, no.
You.
Yeah.
All right. Let's work in 40.
What's up, Cassie?
I'm really excited to see how CHAZ plays the match to stack game because we actually haven't seen him, I don't believe, in the match to stack game yet. Most of the games that he has played have been our 3 to 5K cap.
She actually has it.
And match to stack, as we saw last week, if anyone hasn't seen yet, the match to stack with DQ and Ant-Man and a bunch of other players in there was just absolutely insane. We had about like 48K on the table or so. It was at a 1-2 match to stack game with a $1,000 starting cap, so they got up there somehow. And Scott in seat 9 is definitely someone who's very used to playing high stakes. CHAZ as well, and Jacob and Eric, who have been pretty prominent in the stream games, are also not prone to being in the bigger games. So curious to see how they're going to take that.
Chad, you just laughed way too loud. You should have played Santa Claus. Wouldn't have been a great Santa Claus with that laugh.
Have George do it.
Nice try, Xavier. Mike who?
Waiting on the go ahead.
That's why I always read before I say
Nope,
the
we're
comments
still
out loud.
stream, guys. No phones.
People with the funny names. You see, that's a streamer trick right there.
No phones, fellas. No phones.
You get too many
No, just-
funny names on Twitch
Oh, dude, that is
when
so
someone subscribes and you just have to read out
Dude, the whole time he's
something
just
like
so
Xavier put in the
uncomfortable,
YouTube chat.
What
That
did
is
I miss?
so great, dude.
What I miss?
No, can't trap me here.
he's like, Warner, you know, they're in
Waiting on Rudy?
SNL, and he's like,
Oh, no phone.
Warner Brothers is producing a new Superman, in which Superman.
How do you expect him to phone
And then
the
he
bar
goes,
now?
which makes sense, being a Superman's parents abandoned him as a child.
But this is a white guy reading it, and he's just super uncomfortable reading it.
Oh, looks like we're getting
He's like,
start
"Can't I
now.
say
And
this?"
Rudy, for the first
And he's
hand, is
sitting
going
right
to
next
wake
to
up
the,
to
like,
ace-jack suited.
The other like, anchor is black.
Right off the bat, getting into a fun hand.
They're gonna name it Man of Steel.
You can try, Xavier. I've indulged in your shirtless Eric memes, but I can't indulge in this one. We do gotta get a stream with shirtless Eric though. I do agree. Looks like we okay. I thought he might have done a min raise to
You
15.
raised? I thought it was 5. I can't see
I
shit.
thought it was a straddle.
Well,
They're looking up for us. Chaz can't see.
yeah.
Actually,
Really good news for y'all.
Actually, that's probably never been an issue for him seeing his cards.
This is the brutal part about playing people like Chaz out of position. This flop is just the worst for ace-jack, but Rudy is gonna float here. I do like the float, although I wish if I were him, I'd wish I'd have a club or something to float with, but this is definitely a spot where Chaz is gonna take more bluffs.
55.
55 by 7.
Ooh, I like the sizing. And Chad's going to take it down first hand.
Just in case.
It's always good omens when you take down the first hand, especially with the picture that he's using for the. Chaz took a really funny picture. Actually, it's pretty good. You'll fly out to play him heads up on stream, but only if I promote your OnlyFans. Bro, get with the times. It's Fansly now.
So smiling or not smiling? I think I can get Rudy. I like to not be smiling.
And you can see we got Hollywood and Matt down $1 and $2 already. Getting super crazy.
I'm texting you the picture I want.
No
I hope
mirror
that
selfie.
tablet supports panorama.
Since I'm commentating alone today, Chaz is going to be my backup laugh buddy. Oh, guys, I can hear the laughing from the other room, from over here, which is crazy because we're
15 by 4.
three rooms
by
away
6,
from the actual stream room.
12 by 8. We have a beautiful
Somehow I can actually still hear it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Very wide table.
Sure.
Wide table.
I do. May I have
Ooh, and we're seeing a 9-high flop here. Or, I mean, jack-high flop with 2 9s, so Jacob is going to flop trips here. But we have a flush draw for Eric and a gutter for Rudy here. And the gutter often is actually going to be pretty decent. You're not usually going to be against a hand like 9-8. Although Jacob really would prefer to have a hand like 9-10 here, as it blocks a lot of straight draws.
Yeah, what the hell?
But I don't think we're going to see a fold from Eric just yet, especially with his new haircut.
Last year joke for the
Am I wrong? Is that a new haircut?
Well, because I haven't been used to this.
Let me help. Sorry.
Speaking of haircuts, Mr. Hollywood got a bit of a haircut there. And we do see the 10 on the turn, which for Jacob really downgrades his hand. Now there's just a lot of hands that gain so much equity, even King 5 suited. It makes it kind of awkward where your bluffs start to dwindle down with this 9-8. And look at that, Mr. Hollywood's head. Like I said, full-on haircut.
Chaz, you are wearing gray sweatpants.
We got the Jeff Bezos look.
Yeah.
Right in the camera, if you wanted to look at his head.
Sorry? Oh, even though I'm not in.
I need you, and you're fucking up the camera.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, he's like, oh, my bad.
Don't say out.
Nah, you can stay there, bro. We want to see your head.
Alright, 4 calls.
No, stop it.
I like this.
Yeah, but crap kickers with trips in Texas, generally the nuts, although in this game, oh, and that's not a fun card for Jacob. Although Eric would have to lead out to try to rep it, which wouldn't really make sense. Nice hand to Jacob. He beat him straight up.
Trying to steal
Beat him.
So,
How you guys like my Russian accent?
Okay. The cards.
Looks like we might be having someone there come in seat 1. I'm not sure who that is, but welcome to the table. And hope everyone's having a nice night tonight. We're currently having a chill stream, but it is match the stack, so it can continuously get crazier.
It's like saying,
We impressed with that?
oh, this thing right here.
It's set right over.
I don't know. I don't think so. Mark Elvis.
Okay.
And, oh, is he buying it?
Yeah.
Okay. Software's not gonna have a problem with that.
Where'd my water go?
Where's your beer?
Oh, man.
I don't know, he's drinking water right now.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think
It's actual
shit.
Do they fill this thing up anymore?
I think it got frozen.
Yeah,
and
dude,
it
I
got
wanted to
thawed
know.
out.
Yeah, and while we take that break for that seat 1. Oh, looks like we're actually
I
starting
mean, not
here.
this.
Let's see, that might be Richard
like
that
a mini
just
DQ this stream
that
or
just
just-
joined.
God.
Looks like he might have joined with $343.
Blind.
I would have gone for something like $333, and then if I get pocket threes on the first hand, just
He
shove.
was on Hustler yesterday.
How'd it go? How'd he do?
He lost 2,500.
He's trying
Oh,
to
that's
catch
a
up.
good day.
Hold on, guys.
That's
Hold
not
on.
That's like,
Hold on, please.
we can't talk?
Basically. Okay. All right, 3 and 4 fold. Raise
Oh, it looks like
20.
Rudy limped in with the 6-5 suited here, and gonna be dominated in suits by the ace-queen suited. And
How old is that?
that's not good, because a lot of the times when you get a heads up with the 6-5 suited,
I was just scrolling.
generally going to have a decent amount of equity against a lot of hands, like ace-queen of spades, for example, but these diamonds could be a brutal flop, and you can see that changes Rudy's equity to 11%. Richard with a good hand just calling nines here, and wow, we're going to see Richard flop middle set, but Jacob, only ace-queen, isn't going to feel super comfortable when check raised too.
Are you shitting me? Freaking coffee? Who ordered this pussy ass drink?
What's up, Scott?
Oh, my bad. Oh my. I think Chaz wants to return that for Colorado Bulldog. I'm pretty sure. Or
Yeah.
White Russian.
Nice just call here.
Yeah.
He's going to get a lot more action this way. A lot of people might over raise in this spot, and he is going for a trappy check call, which he is going to have a lot of hands that
I doubt it.
he has drawing dead, and that is especially
goodness, look at
good
that.
river hit for him, as Jacob might go for some thin value here.
65.
And in this spot, for how much Richard has, I wouldn't be surprised if Jacob were to call a shove. Although there aren't many bluffs that you can find. You do have to find some bluffs in this spot. And he doesn't min raise playing limit here. This is super hard. Like, you just know you're beat, but you cannot fold ace queen in this spot. So it's like Richard looking for the max value out of maybe a weak hand. Like, maybe he thinks his opponent has queen jack. But little does he know that ace queen is pretty strong here. It's really hard not to pay this off. I'd be really surprised if Jacob does.
That
Doesn't
knowledge.
pay him off.
Strong knowledge, dude. The what? Yeah.
Wow, nice fold there by Jacob. Sniffing it out.
It helped me. Either.
Yeah, I'm very curious what he would have done if the river were a queen.
Who has their own hand? Oh,
I think it might still be just a call even with the queen. It's hard to find bluffs in that spot. I guess maybe some worse queens, but good luck, James Mendoza. I hope your online session is good.
I think I used
Richard, first hand at the table, almost doubles up.
Blind raise.
It's always nice to flop a set. I think it's one of the best feelings in poker. Is just
It's a capital shot,
you
right?
see you have like pocket tens and you just see a 10 in the window, and then you see another 10. Ooh. Man, I remember in 1 week I hit 3 high hands. 2 of them were royal flushes. One of them was a flopped royal flush. Absolutely insane. Here you see Hannah coming in the mix. Drew was there too.
Drinks. Drinks to the stream table.
So Hannah's going to be playing in this one. Good luck, Hannah. I'm sure everyone, as you know, if you're in the Bet on Drew chat normally, Hannah is a poker player, as well as Drew and her are together. So sure everyone knows Jolly Poker. And looks like she's buying in for 1,000, so good luck to her. I have not seen her play on stream yet. I know she played on one of our streams, but I have not seen her play on this stream specifically yet. So excited to see how that turns out for her.
Yes. Yep. Cards. Oh, no cards. Got Hannah.
Oh, where am I supposed to be?
In one place.
Your card reader is the little box right there, so that's
So am I
On the live stream
or am I
table.
supposed to be?
Good. You're just in the worst seat now.
And Hannah wearing the Poker Go merch. I love that merch. Drew gave me his, he had a couple of hoodies. I guess they just freaking send him hoodies or whatever. He's like, yeah, here's a bunch of merch. You want some? And I was like, hell yeah. That jacket, still one of my favorite jackets to wear today.
Yes.
That super sleek, super, even my girlfriend wears it. She very much isn't into poker, but just a very nice jacket.
I haven't looked yet.
Yeah, no, it was Blind
Oh, and Chaz says he hasn't looked yet. Raises to 100.
9 folds.
Big table now.
Yeah, no, he came in with a certain mentality. He said it on Instagram.
Yeah, like Neilio said, is she there so Drew doesn't rub Rhonda's head? I think it's her turn to rub someone's head, right? And Rudy's going to wake up with kings here. When someone doesn't, oh wow, he just calls. I would normally like a just call, but in this spot, when Chaz, when there's a raiser, an initial raiser, and then Chaz does this blind raise, it gets a little worse when you're 440 deep. I'd rather shove in the spot, but I understand the just call. I think it comes from if I was in position, I could see it more. Small blind, it becomes a little worse.
Spot right here?
Yeah.
I can reach that.
Okay. Got you. My bad.
But regardless, you got kings, so and a pretty clean flop for kings. This flop is really bad for pocket nines. See how Rudy plays this one. He does have the king of diamonds, and it's a pretty unconnected board.
Oh shit! I was thinking. I'm thinking about giving him change.
That's my co-commentator Rudy there. He is gonna donk lead here.
Bless you.
And this is gonna most likely get picked up by Jacob. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Chaz were to look at this hand and okay.
Oh my god, yeah.
And Rudy only with $265, a third of a pot-sized bet almost. So very hard to see Jacob folding any spot unless an ace were to come on the turn. But a jack is just one of those cards where, yeah, and he snap calls.
I think a pair. I really don't.
Really wanted
I'm sure you have aces or something. I can't fold.
I think I have an over.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's good.
For now.
Two pairs. It's good.
Chad got me.
Yeah, as you can hear Jacob, he said, I'm sure you got aces or something. Nice hand to Rudy there.
Well, tell him, guy.
Usually on the mic, he's really nice, but on the table, he's Rudy.
Hannah, I don't think we've met. I'm Chad. Nice to meet you.
Don't worry about him, Hannah.
I need Chaz to start laughing when I make that joke.
Stay away from that one.
We're just play pocket kings. Blind.
No. Yeah.
No. I raised blind and Ridley down at king. He said, wow, I can't believe my luck.
My guy.
My guy.
Me up. Boost.
And with that, Rudy
Yeah, we try to play the
essentially
game a little
doubles
bit,
up
you know?
here.
All right, Drew, go
It is
recruit.
right here.
I just drug one. Go recruit somebody.
Thank you. I know it's right.
You raise that one?
What's that?
You raise it one?
Yeah,
He's got a problem.
I play a little.
Never know. Not even.
Yeah, and again, Chaz raised that 1-200 blind last hand, so I think we're gonna get some crazy hands by Chaz. And as I'm saying that, it looks like he straddles for almost it looks like $75 to $100. So that's already 10% of most people's stack. In fact, when we look at Richard or Jacob after that hand, it's actually quite a lot more, 20%.
It's a 5-10 straddle.
Fill the hand.
And when you go to his action, it's gonna be a race to
Dude, I got you. Get in there. Do you want to restraddle? I'll make it 50. You can restraddle.
I didn't get to make my prediction this time, but I'm still gonna count it as being the right prediction, as I've predicted it every time. We did have a double up and a stack
Make it 100.
in the first orbit. Well, it looked like, I think it was about the first 4 hands, which is just insane. This kind of action is just crazy. You see it a lot. Even though it's like just started, you already see that someone's down 500 right off the bat.
See how comfortable you really
This
are.
game is only possible. Wow, it looks like we're getting a triple straddle here with Matt straddling, and Richard's going to wake up with ace-queen suited with essentially 4 big blinds, or actually a little less than 5 big blinds here. And Mr. Hollywood, Mr. Jeff Bezos, gonna go with the call here with the queen 9. It is a great spot for Richard to shove, but and he folds the ace-queen suited. You can see he doesn't really want to, but sometimes you don't want to take the the high variance route.
Wow, baby.
What do you need, Hannah? What drink you need?
Yes, great question, Xavier. If you want to, what? Looks like Chaz is shoving 10 deuce suited. I don't know if he's looked at his hand. We might. Wow. And Hannah had limped with the jack 4. Hannah's sniffing this out a little bit, but I don't think she can call with the jack 4. Oh my gosh, does she call? Hannah calls with jack 4 offsuit? What am I watching? What the fuck? This is the first orbit. Sorry for my language, guys, but that's crazy. Oh, and Drew just stepped into the room to see this. Hannah, maybe making payback for Drew's hair, Drew's Ronda hair there. Wow, this is a spot. 10 deuce suited, and 10 deuce is gonna outflop the jack 4 here. Hannah with the Robbie, not loving the situation, but she has a couple outs. That's not a great one, as that gives Chaz 2 pair. Any king will give Hannah the straight.
Alright, I don't know what I have.
Oh, she doesn't know what she has, she says.
Oh, hell yeah, we love that.
You out-Chaz Chaz.
Probably had him over. You probably had him in the pre-flop.
Dang, and she had him pre-flop.
Flip it. Just rip the band-aid off.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Oh,
You need a
okay,
king.
that is a really good one.
We see ace-queen would have won.
Who died?
Wow, the Robbie.
Yeah, the money was gonna go all in.
921.
I couldn't do it.
Kudos to Hannah for taking the gamble there.
So can I just take
79 back.
this and someone bring like
It couldn't have been more perfect timing. Drew literally opened the door to the commentator's booth right when she called the all-in. It was just absolutely beautiful. There's some things y'all can't see back here that happen in the commentary booth they're just like, oh, I wish you could. And Chaz, just like that, again, what I was saying earlier is he really wants to be able to match the stack. So his goal around when with starting stack is almost always shove and double up, or get stacked and then match the stack, because he's really accustomed to playing big stack, and he's really accustomed to putting people in uncomfortable situations, and he knows that just being deep stack is one of his best attributes, which is why you see him shove a lot of the times in the dark in that spot. He's really good at playing deep stack.
Oh, C4's adding on 1,000.
Yeah, and I had a good question earlier by Xavier in the chat. If I want to play on the stream, do I need to fill out a form or something? Yes, so if you do want to come play this game, all you need to do is go to the Rounders Card Club website. On the website, you're going to go to the And More tab, and that's going to bring down all the list of everything that we have here. But in that list, it's going to say live stream. Just click on that, go all the way down. It'll show you our schedule. Go down more, and there's going to be an application you can fill out to try to play in the game. And you just put what stakes you play, etc.
Hannah knows.
She was 10, right? No.
I was
Flop it.
5.
You're 5.
You went from
Yeah,
5
thanks for
to
coming
10.
into the chat, y'all. Hope everyone's doing good. And Chaz instantly straddles for $100.
You would have gotten your money in good.
Possibly, looks like it might be a blind raise. As if I'm not mistaken, they did, and this was the idea of actually some of the higher stakes players, which I was really surprised by. But I believe that they did last time say that they wanted to cap the initial straddles to a lower amount.
2 points. 3 points. I'm going to text you the link.
So double and triple and quadruple straddles still can get to a high amount,
Yeah.
but
You have Scott's number?
I think the initial straddle is set at a certain cap.
Here we go.
And thanks for watching again, guys. It's awesome to have those stream regulars. And Hannah, perhaps with a little bit of redemption here, as this flop is not often going to hit her, but she hits this 2 pair. And this is a good spot for, it's a good spot for Mr. Hollywood here to use a hand like ace-9 suited as a backdoor bluff, as he has a lot of ability to improve. And Hannah goes all in. Now, Mr. Hollywood's in a rough position because he does have a decent amount of equity, but he's also put in a lot of his stack already. And there's already $200 in, actually $300 that went in pre-flop. So definitely it's a tough spot as he's getting about 4-1 on his call. Although he's definitely not going to be good 4-1. He's not going to be good 1 out of 4 times here. Does make the fold. Nice hand to Hannah, just like that. Makes half of what she lost. Hope everyone's having a nice night. I'm Ethan Brune here at San Antonio, Texas Rounders Card Club. If you want to get in the game, again, just go on our website, look for that live stream link. But if you can, give us a like and subscribe, as we're doing a lot of content, and we have a lot of YouTube clips that we post on there. And it looks like I might be having the pleasure of having Mr. Bet on Drew himself on the mics.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
You like your haircut?
I can't hear you. Can you raise it up? No.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Mr. G himself, as I call him. Mr. Gonzalez.
What's the max straddle? 10?
I am here. I'm here to watch the poker. I love the way the new stage looks. And yeah, it already looks like things are kind of getting a bit crazy, huh? And
Yeah.
Hannah all in with the Jack 4. So, I hope he's not watching this one.
Oh, yeah. I was saying it was perfect how you came in exactly when she called the shove.
Yeah, I was like, man, this is so funny. I was like, because I saw it from out there, or I heard.
How will we know?
Yeah.
I heard about it, and then it was
I'll
funny.
start
I
shutting
walked on.
9
I was like,
juice.
okay.
No, it's so funny. I try not to talk about it, but when you hear the laughs from the other room, it's just so funny. Like, you're preparing for what's going to happen, you know?
Just kidding out loud.
So you never think it's going to be Jack 4 offsuit versus 10 deuce suited.
Yeah. So how's the game been so far tonight? I didn't get a chance to see it. It sounds like there's a lot of laughing going on and joking, which is cool.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of laughing. I mean, it's been action-packed. We've seen some. We saw Rudy get it all in one of the first 3 hands with pocket kings versus nines on a pretty dry flop.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jacob losing with the nines there, but it was a spot where Rudy called a 3-bet and got tricky with the kings. So
I like that. I like that. Yeah.
yeah, and this is an interesting turn.
Jacob picks up an open-ended. Chaz doesn't have much, and we got an under pair, huh?
Yeah.
Deuces?
So kind of one of those situations, maybe first one to take a stab at it, huh?
Yeah, that's generally when it comes to how I play. I really try to just win off of
19.
pots like this where people aren't interested, but there's still like $100 in the pot.
That's what he's sat down with. Yeah.
Because it's actually something that you tend to see a lot. And good hand to Jacob there.
Well, to be honest, you know what? I actually kind of like that as well. It's when I play cash games, I will like to kind of bluff at the small pots. Like, what was that, $65 pot, you know?
Yeah.
I could bet like big there and then maybe show once.
Yeah.
Right? And then you kind of gain this image. And not that I necessarily tighten up, honestly, when I play live poker versus like online to how I'm trained.
Yeah.
It's a bit slower. So I would say if I had a weakness, sometimes I get impatient.
Yeah.
You know, so
I get that.
I'm looking for kind of spots to, okay, this is a cool spot to stab. If I do get this through, I can show this bluff maybe, and then later on when I actually have it,
Yeah.
that's how it plays out in my head anyway. Doesn't
No,
always
for
work
sure.
out.
No, I always think that I'm setting that up, and then I'm like, wait, what's balance, right? Like, why does it matter?
And I end up putting myself in a spot and leveling myself, and then that's why I still love poker. You know, 12 years later, it's like it's really hard to get right. And I will say, the nights when we feel like we got it all right, and we lay our head down to bed, you're like, oh, you know what, I played good poker today. Like, it's
Yeah.
worth it for those nights.
No, I mean, today, I don't feel like I played great poker, but I bought in, I played a cap game, and I bought in for 200, got it up to 1,200, went back down to 200 4 times, back from 200 to 1,200 4 times, and then ended the night at 1,200, and I was like, okay, I got to go stream.
It's like you got to know the trend at this point. Like, come on, buddy, right?
Yeah, but it was just like, it's one of those weird things where, like, even though I felt like I always had a commanding lead, I never felt like I played too great, and
Yeah, those nights will happen.
yeah, for sure.
Looks like we have top pair for Matt. We got some gut shots and a pair and a gut shot for Chaz.
Yeah, and Hannah with the backdoor flush draw and a gut shot.
What are the chances we can see a 4-bet for you tonight?
But you can see that no one has really great equity.
I'm calling you out.
Seven checks, 8 checks.
What a turn for the Doyle, dude.
Chaz is somebody really fun to have in a game and to be playing with. He's such a good energy, man.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you can hear his laugh from miles away. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's infectious.
Looks like Eric is going to make a move here. I like this.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, you deny a lot of equity from hands like 9-8 suited with clubs that might not call a turn bet. But you also make hands like ace-8 fold. Which,
Yeah, see, that's the power of
Wow,
it. You know,
guys.
you got to think about it. He's
Take
betting
that,
into multiple
Shudder
people
Fight.
there,
Yeah,
right? It's a pretty sketchy board, and you really don't anticipate people to bluff that spot. I don't think too often.
no, and if I were in the shoes of Matt here, I would think at the very least my kicker's not going to be good. But, you know, Eric does have Jack Queen. Eric does have Ace 10, Ace King, or sets, or flush draws, or Queen 9 of clubs, which Ace 8's not even doing that great against a hand like Queen 9 of clubs.
Yeah. And at the pot that size, too. You see a bet on like that on the turn. I think sometimes we're also anticipating the action on the river. It's like, oh, man, he bet turn. You know, do I really want to bet turn and then face another bet on the river? So,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't blame Matt for getting away from that. I've definitely dodged some spots,
I'll play it against Tom.
laid down some top pairs.
Yeah.
You know? Like, don't tell your friends, though. It's like, oh, you know, I had nothing. Or when they show the bluff, it's like, oh, yeah, I had worse than that. I had 5 high. When they show 6 high, now I had 5 high.
Man, so I used to be so used to showing people in this, like, the central home game that I was playing because I just wanted, like, it was like a friendly environment, you know? But I got so used to showing people that people weren't used to me not showing, which, like, ended up making a bad habit because I always feel bad to not show. So now I'm just like, I never show. When people show me that, like,
Yeah.
they laid down, like, a set or something, I'm like, I'm bluffing 80% of the time, so you know that I don't have it. But
That's so funny.
ooh, Chaz with the King Jack suited here, going for the 3-bet in Hollywood.
And Hollywood limped
Yeah.
under the gun. He was setting the trap here for sure. Now he might not be so sure if he was setting the trap with the Chaz's 3-bet though, right?
Yeah, this is interesting. I was gonna say, depending on what Matt does, I'm interested to see how Hollywood takes this.
Hollywood had his mindset. Yep, he's in there. He knows. Got to see a flop. Too strong.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think set mining in this spot is fine with the 10s when you don't feel like someone's gonna 4-bet behind. 4-bets are really hard to come by.
Hannah's in the streets tonight.
Yeah, Hannah's
Calling with the 8-5. Let's go.
No gamble, no future hat coming into play.
She's not doing bad versus these hands. I mean, the 10s, it looks like, but you know what? I don't mind the 8-5 of diamonds here versus, this is some gamble. She's got the right hat on, you're right.
The fact that she has 20% and 10s only has 25% pre-flop is insane.
Yeah.
And this is an action flop.
Wow.
Oh, and Chaz open shoves.
Chaz is all in with the clubs. Matt's got the queen. He's licking his chops. Now he's just got 2. Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Hollywood will fold,
Look at
but
this. Hollywood saved some money there, man, playing it how he did. Could have lost. I might have lost a bit more in that hand with 10s.
yeah, and Matt currently with the nuts, but you're never feeling comfortable in this spot.
He knows that he's got to fade something at this point. Like,
Yeah.
it feels like we're never lucky enough to see somebody just roll over here, jamming in there like Queen Jack.
No, never.
Right? Not that lucky.
No, you just want to see an ace on the turn, but it's just the 3 of hearts, so still the 6 outs.
Oh,
and,
Chaz gets there.
Oh, man.
Max Payne. I mean, he's got backdoor straight draw. He's got the over card. Even if he does get called by a queen, he's got outs, and, you know. It hits.
Yeah.
Matt is not happy. I don't blame him. I don't
No.
blame him. That's a painful thing when you're in such a huge favorite on the turn.
Yeah.
And then just like, we feel that, right? We all
No,
feel
it's
that.
painful. It's hard to remember that, it was still 70-30 on the flop, but Chaz going to take 2 all-ins and get up to 2,900 pretty
Chaz doing
fast.
Chaz things, huh?
Yeah, Chaz is always doing Chaz things.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love it.
Chaz runs really good when he's running really good, but he also puts himself in those situations to run good.
100%. 100%. That's definitely a huge part of poker is positioning yourself to get lucky.
Yeah.
And, I definitely think Chaz knows his way around the table. We've obviously pretty much every Tuesday Chaz is playing on the stream here. And, Chaz is, it's tough, man. I watch Chaz's play. I played versus him, and dang, he's put me in some spots that it's like, oh, you know what? Good, sir. Nice bet. And, so Chaz is pretty solid.
Give him a fucking flop for it.
He loves to see that flush. That's such a good feeling, too, on the other side when the flush card
Yeah.
comes in for us.
Oh, and it's a clean flush card. Like, your opponent can't have boats because they're just not cold calling pocket 8s. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they might, but, like, very unlikely,
Yeah. We just got the King 10 suited. This is a pretty one. I get excited when I look down at this one.
I like King 10 suited better than King Jack suited.
I might be down with that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It just feels like it hits more. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like when I look down at King Jack, I'm like, not this hand again. But with King 10, I'm like, hell yeah, let's get in it.
I love Chaz's 6-4 suited. This is another one of the hands that I like to splash around with for sure.
Yeah.
Just like so many people are gonna be playing high cards here. Who's gonna be covering the low board type of stuff? Like I'll get in there. I'll be that guy. Chaz looks like he wants to be that guy too.
Yeah, and when your opponent just calls the initial raise in the middle, you're definitely targeting like a capped range there with the $12. And what capped range for people don't know is that generally they're not going to have great hands since they're not raising with a lot of people behind. And this is a very good flop for Chaz's bluffing range as well as just his overall 3-bet.
Nice to have a gut shot as well. Little insurance.
Yeah. And he's good at taking these in position C bets.
Wow.
Oh, you're gonna take it. Very nice. Oh, such a good feeling when you get that C-bet through with the 6-4 suited on this board.
Yeah. No, 100%. I mean, that spot is what I live for.
But you're right. When the player pre-flop with the King-Jack offsuit flats, it creates this opportunity to squeeze because, like you said, once they flat, they just don't have aces or kings, right?
Yeah.
So now the squeeze from CHAZ puts a lot of pressure on the initial player because now there's a player behind.
Yeah.
And that's one of the cool things with poker. I love identifying those spots to a fault, actually. You
Yeah.
know, like in tournaments sometimes, it's like, oh, this is a sick spot here. Like, I'm going to go for this. And it's going to work. It's going to be great. I'm going to win this tournament.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always work out that way. But
Yeah.
it worked out good for CHAZ here.
Yeah, and then you 5-bet, you cold 5-bet all in with like ace-5 suited, and just get snapped off by aces. You're like,
Yeah, I did that this last summer at the win. It's not a good feeling.
no, it's not. And Eddie's gonna wake up with ace-king here. Let's see how he plays this one.
Raising over Rood's limp. Let's go, Rood.
Yeah, Rudy with the same hand from last time, and Eric looking down at one of my favorite hands.
It's a nice one. Hannah splashing around with the ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot in which, because Hannah and Eric come along, it starts to make it really easy for other people to call behind, like Rudy and Richard.
Yeah.
You can see they all have each other dominated except for 10-9 suited.
Everyone's got decent hands. I mean, Hannah is the most out of place here, but she's dominated club too. Dang, what does she need? She needs hearts to be in the mix here.
Yeah, and you can see we have 7 people going into the flop, so you can see our hands on the right if you're looking at
CHAZ. I didn't
Chaz's.
even see CHAZ over there. Yeah,
Yeah.
CHAZ has ace-9.
CHAZ and Jacob on the right over there hiding from everyone else. And this is an interesting flop. Oh, I thought it was 2 spades. And everyone has a bit of nothing except Jacob with top pair.
Yeah.
A little, not the greatest kicker, but
Pretty dry flop, though. I think betting here is nice. I'm thinking about thinning the field a little bit,
yeah.
going from there. I'm not sure how much resistance he's going to get.
Yeah, ace-king might float, and I wouldn't blame it, but you'd like to have a heart or like 2 hearts or something here with at least some backdoor equity.
Yeah, for sure.
Although
There
when
you go. I'm sure Jacob's not too upset about that one for sure. You know, taking that down there, I usually feel pretty good too.
the crazy thing about these pots is he just made $133 there, which is always really hard to realize in the moment, but that's such a big amount of money for like not much resistance, you know?
Yeah.
You do that 10 times, suddenly you're up a whole buy-in.
Might just do that.
Those are the sneaky ones. Actually, those for me are the nights that I creep back to break even. You know, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
wow. I was like, nice. All these little pots, you know, they do add up.
No, a ton. I mean, when I play cash, a lot of my wins come from capped games because I just constantly look to take those type of pots instead of risking my stack.
Yeah.
And that's usually like the last times I've been playing capped games have been absolutely amazing. Just like 10x my buy-in pretty consistently, which is like just because of, again, just those spots, you know, that you do that 10 times, that's a whole buy-in in this game.
Yeah.
But in a 1-2 game, that's a whole, you know, 10 times like that might be 10 buy-ins, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
It's pretty crazy. And Trey Mayers, one of our regulars and players here, asked for playing short deck tonight. I would love to. I love short deck, although I don't think we offer that just yet. You played any short deck at all?
A little bit when I lived in Canada during COVID. I played some on GG Poker, and man, I just couldn't get over trying to remember that a straight beats a flush, and it just dominated me, and then I just didn't.
Oh, you mean flush beats full house?
Yeah. See, look, I still don't know. See, I still don't even know.
No, it's crazy. I mean, that game, the equities run super close, but it's a really fun game, especially like playing with people who don't know much about it. It's just absolutely. There's just so much you can do in that game.
Yeah.
Was my favorite format for a bit.
Jacob's got an open-ended. Looks like Rudy has a double gutty. Chaz got some overs. He's in there.
Yeah. And these double gutters, even when you have them, it can be hard to realize that you have them sometimes. Ooh, it looks like he might be going for a raise, right?
See some greenies.
Got a raise by C2, 120.
Dang.
That's so much though.
Rudy getting in the mix. And depending on this turn, Rudy can take this down pretty often.
I'm good.
We are, I'm glad it's over with though.
yeah, they're right.
Super scary turn for Jacob. Now losing to a hand like 10 queen of diamonds,
How's the baby?
in which
You
he has a
enjoying that
lot
or what?
less
Oh,
outs.
amazing.
Yeah?
He's a good baby. He smiles, he sleeps.
And Rudy's going to be following through here, although depending on his sizing, might still see a call from Jacob.
Oh yeah. Well, love to hear it. Good to see you too.
85, I see two.
We're going to see another DQ Ant-Man moment where one player has a high card and the other one's high card plays.
Wow, that was crazy. 8
Wow,
high
we're
wins.
battling, y'all.
$4,000 side pot last week
Battle
Yeah.
in the
Royale
1-2 game.
on the stream table.
Wow, and we
It's
are
here.
going to see that, but
It's here. Let's see what happens though. Who's gonna? Someone's gonna have to win it with muscle here.
yeah, and Jacob has only 328, so the hands that you're trying to target to fold really are only a hand. They're only hands like Queen 10 and 10-9. And Rudy's going for it.
Oh, the fans, the chat, everybody wants to see the 9 high wins here. He's thinking about it. He's eyeing it up.
I'm super interested if a 9. Wow, he says all in.
Nice. That's a good bet. That's a good bet. It's tough. He knows. Turns check, right?
Yeah, oh, wait, and Jacob has a little more than we thought, actually. He must have added on, because it looks like he has about 740,
Yeah.
which, wow, Rudy going for that is absolutely nutty. Kudos to Rudy. He's got to be feeling good about himself after that one. I was not expecting that from Rudy.
I love it. I love it.
And he asked me why I call him a face king high.
Yeah, it's tough, those spots. You know, sometimes you got to just be willing to put it on the line, and you know people are watching on the stream. It could be a difficult situation to pull the trigger
Oh, yeah.
on that spot. Like, I know I've sat in that spot and I was like, do I want to do this?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
tons of times. I mean, that's why I don't personally play on stream, is that I really do feel like I just wouldn't play how I would like to, which I felt like when I played recently on stream, I felt like this is not at all like what I would normally want to play at like. And kudos to him for making that bluff, because that bluff is just really hard to make in general, let alone on stream.
It's interesting because it's poker, right? It's poker the same, but you know, people are watching. Now you're in this setting. It's like different, and it's exciting. So if you want to play on the live stream, you're in the San Antonio area, you can go to rounderscardclub.com, go to the live stream section of the site, and you can put out your information. You can get on our email list. We can let you know when the games are. You can let us know when you're coming into town if you'd like to try to play on the stream. Looks like Hannah raises it up to 15, 3-bet from Jacob, and she folds. We were talking about the ace-5 suited earlier. It's a nice hand to play aggressive.
Yeah, it's a great hand as just a bluffing candidate. It also just plays really well post-flop against a lot of hands.
Maybe.
It's never doing really bad against even the worst scenario.
Maybe a combo draw.
Pretty much like 30 to 35% against almost every hand except aces. If not ahead. Although, generally don't want to be taking 50-50s in cash games, because it's less important, but I really like those ace. I think anyone who starts studying and stuff, you just start using ace-5 suited too much.
Yeah, it's green light. It's like you found a new toy. This is my favorite toy. This ace-5 suited, a license to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And I kind of don't mind it, you know. If I ever need an excuse, I look down at ace-5 suited. I was like, okay, you know what? Here we go.
Here's where I get my 4 bets from. Interesting flop here.
Gut shot for Jacob and a lower gut shot over card for Matt.
Yeah, and Matt's backing almost 2K here. Jacob using that 9.
35 by 6 equal.
And snap fold by Matt. So yeah, it's not really a spot where I don't think we want to be drawn to the bottom end of the straight. If anything, maybe I would check raise this turn with the king 3 versus call with the bottom end of the gut shot there.
Yeah.
But it's probably pretty normal to just fold there. So yes, nice hand, Matt.
Yeah, those King 3 suiteds and King 5 suiteds are always so hard, but they are. It's funny that, you know, when we just talked about theory and everything, how much theory likes to raise those hands from like early position, which I never really understood that much. But it's weird how they do use that a lot. Have you ever used those hands when you're playing tournaments as like under the gun opens?
You know, it's so different thinking about tournaments because now I've been playing for the last 4 or 5 months tournaments in Texas, and there's just players in Texas seem to like to go to battle more. So I've definitely had to make some adjustments in the way I play my tournaments, cash games, things like that. Nothing crazy, but hands like that, honestly, I like seeing flops with.
Yeah.
I will probably be somebody who limps a bit more than you might think. I kind of like how that plays into a strategy. A lot of people like to limp. You're going to see a lot of multi-way pots here in Texas.
Yeah.
And I'm confident post-flop. I don't mind being 5-6 ways and just, you know, duking it out.
Yeah, no,
seeing what
exactly.
happens, yeah.
No, I mean, I think it's really underrated how big limps can be in Texas. Just when your bets aren't, I mean, your raises pre-flop aren't even getting folds. You know.
Yeah.
I kind of call it the aggressive limp.
You know what's funny? You can take passive actions. I like to think of that too. You can take passive actions and like this is an aggressive check. It's going to take it down. This was another situation where whoever wanted it the most was just going to take it down and bet.
Yeah, I find myself trying to not do this as much because it was a very big problem for me to always want to take these down. It's like suddenly someone calls you and you're in like this $60 pot. You're like, what do I do? Do I overbet like with my 9-4 or, you know, my whatever bluff?
They're supposed to be good every year.
Yeah, for sure. You get all the players. Like the winningest program in history.
What's up there, Gilo? I see you over there on Twitch, says, never let them read you like a book. I know, you got to switch it up. That's the fun part, and that's, I grew up playing online poker. The majority of my hands I've seen have been online. But I am so much more stimulated by playing live just because the live reads, the social aspect of it is actually really fun. It's cool to sit there and play with your chips, and there's just thinking about switching it up and how you can make people think this about you and what are they thinking about you.
Yeah.
These parts of poker are what really, really interest me and kind of have me hooked a lot of the time. I love thinking about stuff like that. And just honestly having a good time, having fun at the table.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just different live versus online.
Completely different. I mean, you don't see sizings like this a lot, the raise and then even the 3-bet online. I mean, online, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice little takedown by Jacob.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's crazy the differences.
Those Chargers.
Look at this hand with the 9-6 too, though. I don't blame her, man. I love these hits too. These double suited gappers and everything.
I mean, that time we played at the lodge together, you know I love those type of hands too.
Yeah. It's funny. Earlier this year, I made a TikTok, and it was with another buddy at the table who put a $100 bounty on me. He's like, anybody who knocks out Drew, I'm going to give you $100. That was my buddy Leo, right? And I get it all in. I have pocket queens. I waited for a hand. I was like, I'm not getting him this $100. You know, like no one's getting it. But got in with queens. The guy took a while and folded jacks. He said he folded jacks. I totally believed him. It's on the video. And then another guy called with king, queen. And then the first person who was all in had ace-10 of hearts or ace-10 of diamonds, flops a flush. And then I'm basically drawing dead. The other guy who covered hit a king. And I looked at the video later, and it was actually Ethan in that hand.
Yeah, that was
he had
crazy.
ace-10 suited. I was like, wow, you were my first TikTok that I ever made.
Yeah, we didn't even know each other. I remember going accidentally. I was gonna try to introduce myself to you at that time, but I accidentally bumped into you, and I was like, oh, I can't introduce myself after bumping into Drew. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do this another time. So it was fate definitely brought you back again on that. Just that literally that last night I was playing poker. I took a break for a while after that, other than the few times that we played. 7 deuce in the mix here.
Yep. Top pair for Eddie. And then now Richard picks up a gut shot.
LSU 12-1.
Yeah, a little bit of nothing for everyone though, except for Richard and Eddie
How
here.
good for the ranked team? Jesus
Eddie's
Christ.
new. Do you know if he plays out on the 1-2 games a lot or anything like that?
I'm not sure. So we opened this game up. It originally was going to be a 2-5 tonight, but then we didn't have enough interest there. So we moved it to a 1-2, and we got a bunch of players from out on the floor, which is really cool because, of course, we have some familiar faces. Rudy here, who does a lot of commentary for us. We got Eric, who plays in a lot of these streams in seat 4. Of course, we have CHAZ over in seat 6 or 7, and then Jacob, who's played on our Thursday 1-2 streams quite a bit.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of familiar faces, but now we're also getting some new faces, which is really cool. I like seeing players play on stream for the first time.
Yeah, no, I love it. I mean, even seeing Scott, Mr. Hollywood here, I haven't seen him on stream in a while, but he was a regular. He plays one of the most regulars in San Antonio, actually. He's just really nice guy. When they get drinks going, him, Chaz, and all the guys, it just gets absolutely insane.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll see some crazy stuff. Although, until those drinks happen, he plays pretty snug. I'm glad, though. The you guys also seem to be having a lot of fun, especially Richard. Seems like a nice guy.
My grandpa would have me shoot like 50 free throws every single day behind this like row of
I hear them talking about burritos every single day. I'm in call, snap call.
And I get a zebra cake.
Snap. What kind of burritos?
Zebra cake.
Yeah, I still haven't been able to take you to good. Wow.
Oh, we got some action here.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate spot for Eddie.
You will earn your zebra cake.
Curious to see how he plays it. We haven't seen a raise from Eric yet. He might not have any information on him. Does go with a just call.
Yep, I dig it. Evaluate post flop. How deep are they here? Eric's got about 2,000. Eddie has just under 900. 850.
Ooh, and we're going to see an ace-high flop. So Eddie's going to be able to get away from this very often, depending on how Eric plays this.
Yeah, 100%. And this is going to be a... actually, I was going to assume that Eric was going to check here. But this could be how you get the most value from a hand like queens and kings is betting here, because why would you bet here with top set aces? Then
Yeah.
again, too, when this board comes out like that, now queens are going to be like, okay, if Eric bets his turn, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I like the check here by Eric. He's also trying to, I was going to say, you might want to target like a hand like kings, but he actually gets this last bet in.
Oh, look at this block bet, about $55 it looks into 263. This bet, you know what? If you want to stop 7s, 8s, or 9s or something from bluffing you off on the river, or Jack 10, or even Queen Jack, less likely obviously because Eddie has queens, but you know, maybe this is a cool bet here. Value bet, of course, block from Eric trying to bluff him, but Eric is obviously going to raise with top set of aces, so it'll be interesting his sizing.
Yeah, I was going to say, the sizing is really hard, whether or not you want to go really big or something like this to target. Although I am interested, you know, I guess you're targeting maybe a hand like pocket sixes, but I guess he might be targeting exactly something like queens, maybe like a bad ace.
Maybe a bad ace. He's like, dang, I got the majority of the aces. Does he have the last one?
Yeah.
And I think the block bet sizing here is typically going to be a function of, okay, my hand is not that strong. I'd rather just see the river. I'd rather just show my cards down for this amount.
Yeah.
And it's tough because, you know, even if Eric happened to have a king is usually just going to call versus bet. You kind of set your price. But Eddie does make the call. Eric gets paid off. So the turn check, I think Eric did there, got him paid off.
Yeah.
On that river raise.
No, I like it. When it comes to the check, I like either checking turn after a bet on the flop or checking flop and betting turn. But, you know, a lot of the hands that you're targeting on the flop like that, you're only going to get 2 streets of value anyway.
You know, that bet on that small bet on the river could induce a Jack 10 to bluff.
Yeah.
That would play like that. You know what I mean? Bet flop, bet turn, maybe a Jack 10 suited that re-raise pre-flop. So, you know, it's so interesting because, man, I'll bet small on the river in some spots, tournaments, cash games, and when I get raised, it's like, it usually doesn't feel good. But sometimes they're bluffing. So,
yeah.
Sometimes they're bluffing when
Good check back.
when Eric has the Jack 10 there, and you're like, wow, sick play by the queens, right?
Yeah.
It just didn't work out that time.
No, I mean, there's also another factor, which is if he hasn't played on stream, you know, you might send the stream to your friends and family, and you feel like I don't want to get bluffed, you know, on stream, and like that's kind of where I was the other week.
Blast off with queen nine.
Yeah, this is true.
When I played, I was just like, man, I really don't want to get bluffed in these spots.
Like 2K if I get it in with him.
Yep, definitely don't blame you. I feel that too.
Yes.
No one wants to get bluffed on stream. Hopefully you can have fun with it. That's the cool thing with poker. I feel like there's like this poker maturity journey.
Yeah.
And when you can take pleasure in somebody bluffing you, it's like, okay, buddy. You know what I mean? Nice hand,
Yeah.
you got me this time. Like, you know, you've reached a point in poker where I feel like you can have some real fun with the game.
Yeah.
But it's tough, man, because it's such an emotional game.
No, for sure. I got to the point where I was like super happy with getting bluffed. Actually, I thought it was really fun to get bluffed.
Okay, note to self, everyone. Ethan is at the point where he's super happy with getting bluffed.
Well, for me, it's like fun, but then I got to the point where it's like my bank doesn't like getting bluffed. You know?
Yeah.
My bank account doesn't want to get bluffed here. Speaking of that, we got a $13 bet here by Mr. Hollywood.
And middle pair for Richard. Some overcards for Hollywood. Hollywood's reaching for chips.
35 on nine.
All right, now the key here for Hollywood. Will he apply pressure on the river to get the 6 to fold? And will it be enough?
Yeah, it would have to be a club, as it's hard to do backdoor spades. But this river, yeah, I was going to say, is a bit hard to do that on. I think we're going to see check.
I got it first.
It's like, I get a 6.
That's why I got a pair.
Nope.
Oh.
Let's go, buddy. I like that excitement. That was fun.
Yeah, he seems like he's having fun with the game. And as a new player to the game, that's cool to see.
Yeah, 100%,
He
100%.
missed you so much.
Someone
man.
who's like that as well that we had recently for the turning stream was Miles.
Oh, Miles was fun.
Yeah, he's always really fun. He's always like that at the table.
All right.
Are you all drunk and loose now?
You playing some poker or what?
Said a couple more blind hands, but I think that would be ready.
Yeah.
I like when he's at the table because I can make a lot of kilometer miles jokes.
Yeah, you tried your best last stream. For sure got him in. There was one I was telling Ethan that his like cheesy little joke stuff he does, it went past everyone and I caught it and I was like, I almost responded, man. I was like, I'm gonna let it so nobody answers.
Did you like Muhammad All In?
Yeah.
I thought that one was. Dude, Michael started laughing off because he was on the mic. He was eating. He started laughing when I said that as he had food in his mouth, but it was pretty funny.
Folds to Hannah.
I mean, I had 10 eye.
Looks like she is going to limp into the pot.
Oh,
Yep.
Chaz.
King 3 suited. See, look, one of these hands we were talking about earlier. King 3 suited.
Dude, I could have a huge hand.
Yeah, if I don't,
Tempting hand.
it is. If I don't feel like there's ever any raises at a table and I'm just like fully captaining it, I love using hands like King 3 suited because at those kind of tables people still call when you hit. But like with Chaz on my left, I would just probably fold every hand.
Yeah.
He's so scary. It's just so weird with Chaz because he can even have you dominated with hands like ace 3 offsuit or like ace 3 suited.
Like here. He's raising the limpers. He's got the best hand. He's definitely getting called by the King 3 suited. We'll see if. Ooh, Hollywood already called with the ace 2. So look, Chaz is in a great situation. He's in a great situation with the ace 9.
Although Hannah has the most
Oh,
equity
it's
here
such a good flop
and
for a blind
realizes the most equity.
Flops a king.
God, I got so many things right now. Well, I saw that.
Looks like Hannah checked.
Oh,
Chaz checks.
Jack.
As if it was a hand he'd look down at and choose not to
Chose to
play.
play that one.
I'm surprised to see the check here by Chaz
Yeah,
actually.
big difference.
I haven't seen him.
I suck at 1,000.
I thought he might use the 9 of hearts as, or maybe just his. Oh,
Mm,
interesting
there's the
turn for
9.
Chaz.
50.
50 by 7.
Hannah looks like Hannah checked again, so she is bluff catching with her king. Seems like a decent spot to do that.
Yeah.
And then Tony, or Mr. Hollywood, just ace high, gets out of the way.
Got through one of them.
And Hannah is going to throw in the call. All right, so we're going to go to river. Hannah with the top pair versus Chaz's 9.
Yeah.
And the
Clean.
river is a blank 5. Let's see if Chaz thinks he needs to
check.
bluff
Have a
his
9.
hand or he decides to check. Yep, so thinks he has enough showdown there. Makes sense.
Can't beat that.
He's going to be beating all the gut shots and stuff, missed flush draws that Hannah would be calling with. So feels like a pretty normal hand. Nice hand by
That's
both.
it.
Yeah. I was interested to see if Chaz wanted to take any bluff on that river, if he felt like he needed to, although he did have a decent amount of showdown on the turn.
Right, exactly. Picking up the 9 on the turn makes it so much easier to check. So
Yeah.
had he missed and had maybe the ace high, he might think about trying to bet to try to get the middling and lower pair type of hands to fold.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what sizing he would go for and what can even get Hannah to fold,
Yeah.
It's one of those spots where the SPR is just so weird that Hannah can't really fold with the king.
Yeah,
So
too much showdown. I would not be betting there unless I knew a good bit about a player. Yeah.
he's still up 1900.
Yeah, Chaz is crushing. He won that big $1,000 all in with Hannah. She was blind. Looked down at the Robbie, the Jack 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know Hannah was down like that with the blind shoves.
Even their lockers.
I didn't know that either.
You learn something new every day.
You learn something new every day. No, I know she likes to get in there and splash around, and she's playing on stream, and so she's just having fun. She's having some drinks there, and I think she I don't think we're going to see her do it again.
Yeah.
But she should come in and make a statement or whatever.
I'm not going to look.
You're not looking?
Oh, and Eric hasn't looked yet,
I've seen both of my
but
cards.
Chaz has
And they are spicy.
Mr. Cowboys here.
Is this like a
The
Tony
Kings.
G I'm not looking, or?
Who's not looking?
Interesting flop for someone who hasn't seen their hand yet, as I think a lot of calls that haven't seen their hand are going to have 7s. But when Eric looks down at his hand, I think he's going to want to float. Might have still not seen his hand yet. Oh, and that's a devastating card for Eric against Chaz. Chaz does check the turn.
She is going to.
Oh, she's on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and a king on the river is going to boat up Chaz, although he doesn't really want that boat. Interesting to see what size he goes for here. He's definitely goes for a smaller sizing.
I win.
8. He's like, he calls, and then Chaz just knows he wins, right?
Yeah.
So funny. I win.
I think I've only beaten one.
Nice hand there for the Kings.
Even if I looked, I wouldn't.
Yeah, and I think Eric lost
So-
close to the minimum as played, because that hand, once he hits the turn, is super strong against Chaz, who just recently, had been blind raising.
Running kings, yeah.
Nice hand to Chaz there, getting that little bit of value against a hand like Ace-8.
Do you remember hands that I don't remember at all? I have a terrible memory. People ask me, I'll finish the session, it's like, what do you have in that one hand? I'm like, dude, I don't remember playing that hand. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Like, some people
Chaz.
lie and say they don't remember. I'm like legitimately like, dude, I don't remember that hand. Like,
I like the table talk with Chaz here. He's talking about how people will ask him all the time. I was like, oh,
it
you
works
remember
out
that hand that we
though,
played?
like,
And he just doesn't really remember, I'm sure unless it's there's like some big clips that have gone out there and whatnot.
Yeah.
I know he remembers some of those, but it's tough to remember all the different hands, especially for how many hours.
Oh, yeah.
I think Chaz puts in, during the week. Like, dang, how do you actually remember them all? I'm glad online I have a HUD,
Yeah.
I can keep track of all my hands. I can go back and find them and look.
Yeah, for some reason, remembering hand histories has always been one of my favorite things, just like remembering my own.
Yeah.
But
We're short one for that.
it gets harder the more and more you play.
Stop stepping over the rope, please.
Interesting flops and backdoors for some players. Jacob does not flop well with the ace-queen. But Matt, with that gutter, we actually have a couple of gutters for many different players here.
Yeah. So what's the situation now?
Yeah, and thanks for the support in the chat, y'all. Forrest Diaz, someone who's played on the stream, also a pretty good friend of mine. I've seen many different people in the chat giving shout-outs. Thanks for coming, y'all.
Things?
And the ace deuce is going to pick up the best of it so far.
4 checks. 6 checks. 8 checks. 9 bets 35.
Hollywood with the gut shot, going for it here, multi-ways. Might get some resistance from Matt's Queen Jack, but Rude, let's go of the lower end of the gut shot.
Yeah, and Eric does have it too, so you might feel with the check on the flop from Hollywood that he's good here. Wow, we're actually going to see a call from Eric drawing, Jacob.
Queen coming. Eric is in the lead with the deuce.
Yeah, and a 10 or an ace would put Jacob. Wow, and Hollywood's probably going to see this river here. Get the showdown here pretty easily. Wow, he's actually going to take a 6 as a bluff. Might get called by Eric, to be honest.
He might, yeah. I think he has a good shot at getting called here. See what he bet out. Bet out 65, into about 220.
Yeah, does get
called.
called.
I have the worst pair for the best kicker.
You got two of the strong kickers?
No,
A lot of money.
yeah, 6 is good.
And Hollywood's going to take it down.
Let's go, Scott. I call him Mr. Jeff Bezos. He calls me Paul Mitchell.
Nice, nice.
The reason he calls me Paul Mitchell is because of my hair. I don't know if you know Paul Mitchell, but he has like
The
a
hairstylist?
Yeah, the hairstylist.
Person, yeah.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's got some messed up jokes, but they're they're the poker style jokes.
Right.
Yeah, peach if they have it. If not, blueberry. Yeah. Okay.
And then for every hour,
Thanks everyone for stopping by. We're here in San Antonio, Texas at Rounders Card Club. You can give us a like and subscribe on YouTube. It really helps our algorithm. We have a ton of clips and posts there, just different videos from our past recordings, as well as we have a couple of really high stakes clips that lately, especially with the last stream, have just been off the chain. So if you didn't get to see the last stream or streams before that, and you want to look at those really cool hands, just go back and watch those. There's some really crazy ones. My favorite is actually Rob Kuhn versus Ronda. They played a $20,000 pot. I've seen that one already like 3 times because I thought he played that so well. But yeah, definitely like and subscribe to see those clips.
We appreciate that support, everyone. We're actually coming up on 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is a cool milestone. So thanks to everybody who's been watching the stream and supporting. Also, shout out to, we're also broadcasting on my channel right now, featuring on twitch.tv/betondrew, this rounder stream as well. So shout out to everybody hanging out with us over there. What's up, crew? And yeah, YouTube though, almost 1,000 subscribers. That's awesome. We're posting clips. We got shorts.
Got here or what?
So if you want to get in more to the San Antonio, Texas poker experience, we will be here at least twice a week.
Yep.
That's a good flop for a blind hand. I'm not even gonna look at
Tuesday
it.
and Thursday. I think Chaz has said he's not looking at his hand.
Yeah, I got him real good.
Wow. Jacob's into. Did Jacob look yet?
Hear that?
Jacob might not have looked yet. But if Chaz hasn't looked at his hand, he could have anything.
Yeah.
He can't fold whatever he has.
He has Jacob B right now with the Jack 4.
What a great turn card for my hand.
I was gonna say
I haven't looked. It's a great,
Chaz
great
says,
board.
what a great turn card for my hand.
I'm gonna
He
look
doesn't
now.
even know what it is yet. Here he goes.
Check.
All right, we're going to go to the river. Jacob needs some help.
Wow.
Does not get there. Let's see if Jacob wants to fight for it.
Yeah,
Looks like it.
I was going to say this is the best chance. Is probably what his original goal was, but he's going somewhat big here.
Looks like 200 and about 233. And now Chaz is in a spot here where he's bluff catching with his 2. He needs to decide and figure out if he thinks Jacob is bluffing. And
Damn.
CHAZ goes all in.
Yeah.
Sick river.
CHAZ goes all in with his 2 pair.
You can see he has so much just recognition of his image and play style that he knows that he can actually take Queen Deuce as, you know, somewhat thin value shove when someone goes pot.
He's probably pretty excited to see Jacob put out the about pot size bet.
Yeah.
There. He's like, okay, he hit this queen really hard, and he's going to pay me off when I go all in.
No, for sure. I mean,
Unfortunately, he had absolutely nothing that
Yeah.
Jacob could call with. So unfortunate for CHAZ in that situation, because a lot of the time they're going to have it. They're going to have that queen there. They're going to have a big hand. They're going to have a worse 2 pair, and they're going to have to call him.
yeah, I mean, Queen King of Spades comes to mind, 6, 7, you know, diamonds or something of the sort. All these hands in a spot where they can maybe fold against someone else who they would go pot and that they would reshove against them.
You're like, I hate you.
Against
I
CHAZ,
hate
you know,
today.
those hands are going to call, although he did just show up with Jack 4 there, so
I've got number 10.
unfortunate
you
for
number
him.
20. You're like, I can't.
Unfortunate for Jacob, but
You already pitched the first card.
well played by CHAZ there.
Can't do it. Allegedly. Why?
I don't know
That's a
why.
good word.
I don't know why.
Eric's going to wake up with kings here.
It tilts you?
I'm sure Xavier is just eating up Eric having kings here. Xavier being one of his supporters that is coming in the chat a lot. Hannah is playing, and she's in here. She's gambling. Jacob is going to call this open by Eric for this raise. 10-9 off.
You gotta stop holding aces. You gotta stop it. How bad do you play?
Ooh, that's a rough turn for Jacob. 9 of clubs, giving him the 10 high club draw, but as well as a 9. And as you can see, he's drawing dead since all the 9s were folded. That's why it seems like you might think, oh, well, what about the 9 if 9 comes in the river? Our system does account for all the dead cards. So really rough spot for Jacob. And Eric just calling is going to put Jacob in a rough spot if this river, I mean, honestly, a club, I was going to say not a club, but even a club would be devastating. Even this non-club is devastating, as Eric will have a lot of hands that contain the naked king of clubs.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Tough spot for Jacob.
Yeah,
if he does bet. I think he's going to find a bet here. He's just trying to decide what amount he thinks he'll call.
Yeah, I like this shove for the sizing of Jacob's stack, and I think this often gets called. This just looks like a super bluffy line by Eric. It's either super bluff or super nuts.
So, anyone play the higher than 30 whatever I said on the first?
Got it.
He does call. What an unfortunate turn for Jacob. Well played by Eric, though.
Yep, I think if Eric just had the king of clubs with the queen, that he's capable of that bluff. Jacob and Eric have played together a couple times at least on the stream now.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think good on both. I think good recognition by Eric to go for max value.
Yeah.
And to,
Yeah, I don't trust
you
this
know,
guy as far as like
go all in. You know, seems a little bit more, like you said, bluffy. And I don't blame Jacob for the call.
Yeah, I mean, Michael tried doing the same play with King Queen earlier against me, and I had bottom pair on like 10, 9, 4, 6, 10. Well, the river was a 10, but he check raised the turn. And as I was calling his check raise, I said, I know you're trying this with the naked ace of diamonds. Please don't continue. And then he was going to shove the river, but ended up not doing it. But I was going to snap call, but he could easily have, you know, in that spot, exact spot, like kings. And I'm just going to call.
Chaz, our biggest winner tonight, up about 2,300. We got Rood up 800, Eric
It's all
S
about
up
positive
about
mindset.
750, and Richard is up about 155.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna bet you.
Looks like Jacob is going to reload.
I like
I can only bad beat you once,
He's still got a good while to battle back,
and then
and anything can happen
rest you up.
in the Texas 1-2 streets.
Yeah, Jacob did well last week on the Ant-Man stream.
Yep.
He was part of that insane 7 high versus 8 high hand where he was the one who tripled up. It was a 10K total pot, but Jacob won the 6K main pot, and then 8 high won the 4.2K side pot. Absolutely insane hand.
That was crazy, yeah.
Is that on our YouTube right now, or?
Yep, it's going to be up there soon.
All right, well, definitely like and subscribe so you can watch that clip when it comes out. Absolutely insane. Probably on my top 10 favorite poker hands, actually.
Yeah, if you like not having to go through a whole stream to get the highlights, we are cutting the highlights out of these streams and posting them on our YouTube channel.
How much is that?
So if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the like button. And if you are not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe so you get notifications for that. We're coming up on 1,000 subscribers, and when we get to 1,000, we are going to do some sort of giveaway. We're still thinking about it, trying to decide, but it is a cool milestone. So thanks everybody for tuning in.
Yeah, and what's up with the Jack 4 tonight?
A lot of Jack 4s tonight.
Yeah, I mean, was this 4 months ago?
The question is, did she look this time? Because the first time she had the Jack 4, she didn't look.
That's true.
Yeah, so maybe she looked this time.
Matt does flop bottom 2. Pretty
Hannah's-
connected board.
Oh,
And it's got a
please
gut
give it
shot.
to me on the turn, Chris. Please.
I like the check by Hannah. You definitely don't want to get check raised by a hand like 9-7.
That's what I'm saying, though, unless it's really sweet, like, let's say a pina colada.
Wow, that was quick.
A daiquiri, whatever, if you taste it the first time,
I was going to say that was quick too, but Chaz beat me
unless
to it.
you really just don't like sweet, you know, it's easy to like that.
Hannah gets out of the way, and
There's
we're
bitterness.
going heads up to the river. Chaz needs to bluff to win. Matt's waiting for a bet. He's excited. He's hoping for a bet. Who wouldn't be?
You have a boat?
Oh, Chaz jams the river.
Oh my.
Oh, wow.
Chaz jams the river, and Matt, music to his ears with the full house.
I think Chaz went 200. Oh, no, wait. What? It says Chaz called 200.
How do you call there, dude?
Oh, he bet 200. Okay, I thought he went all in there.
Yeah. Did Chaz bet or? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Chaz bet 200 on the river. Chaz
Oh,
bet
okay.
50 on the turn, and then Chaz bet 200 on the river. I thought he went all in for a second.
He puts you on Miss Spades and calls with these.
I should have shoved.
And he just said there, Chaz says I should have shoved.
That's my favorite question that I hear.
But Matt makes an easy call,
It'll be like-
and
it'll be
he
like-
is
That'll be like
creeping
they
up
got
here.
like $20. Like
Creeping up, nice pot there.
They call.
Yeah, getting back to his original stack from that
$20.
ace queen hand.
Went all in.
One of those unfortunate spots that's essentially a cooler.
Or like when they get sucked out on the river and then I showed it on
Hey,
the
too soon, guy.
Who's that?
Who the
Yeah,
fuck
who's
is
they, dude? Holy shit.
The loser.
Oh my god, that's like
Wasn't the neatest thing to say?
there's like
It's nice to see one of our commentators, Rudy, doing well.
Yep.
when you get onto that.
I agree. I think Rudy's playing well, it seems like, from what we have seen so far. But Rudy looking good, looking like he's having a good time. Love to see it.
Drug. I heard drug.
Drill.
Drone, drug.
I heard drug.
I heard when you got drilled by instructors.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Hannah was going to get in the mix there for a sec.
Hey, you never know. She likes to mix it up. That's one thing I know when I play hands versus Hannah, and we go a little bit harder
Yeah.
at each other. It's kind of funny. Like, we battle,
Yeah.
and yeah, I never know what she has, basically.
Give it to me.
So my girlfriend has never really played poker. How has that been from like have you ever stacked her and then you guys have to like drive
Yeah.
home together?
Yeah, yep, for
Oh,
sure.
wow.
It happens, and it's just part of it. Like, what do we got? Second pair here for Eddie.
Yeah.
Backdoor flush draw, overcard for Chaz.
Yeah, interested to see how he does this. Wow.
Putting the pressure on Eddie. Eddie makes a quick call to the check raise. Now it's going to be tough. He's got second pair on the flop, but you're facing a check raise and then some turn action.
Yeah, I was gonna say king of clubs would be brutal, but this is a weird turn card.
7 check.
I was gonna say you got some showdown value. I want to see how he does this. He does go ahead and check it.
Where's mine?
Oh, almost another 6.
I can't.
Oh,
Can't give you
some
my
draws
normal
get
response.
there.
Can't do it like lost his wife and shit, you know. I can't do it. Like
King 10 going to win it here.
Yeah.
So Eddie's going to take the pot.
That's that, brother.
Yeah, you know what? Chaz beats some King Queen.
Yeah, king queen, king 9.
Yep.
Um,
So nice picking up the 6 on the turn. Easy check too, and it doesn't look like. Good thing. I think for Chaz there is Eddie didn't try to go for a bet. Sometimes I get a little saucy, and I'm like, you know what? I'm sometimes betting, and a jack's calling me, or ace 10's calling me.
yeah,
But I got to do it, you know. And
Yeah.
I'll toss it in sometimes.
yeah, and you might get called by that a6.
Yeah. $2. That's what I like to do sometimes. $2.
I have seen you do the $2
I-
before.
into like a $100 pot or something. It's just funny.
I have seen that.
Yeah, it's just funny. Sometimes you got to mix it up.
advanced Cowboys Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I mean when that 6 is actually so brutal for Chaz because I think he was gonna bluff a lot of turns, and I think the bluff might have worked on a decent amount of turns.
Yeah.
2 folds.
You guys have problems.
But once you hit that 6, you're again, like you said, you're beating so many hands like king queen, other draws, king
I
9,
have a twin.
You have a skinny.
even ace 3 suited that might float you on the flop. Although I don't know if the stack was deep enough to do that.
Dad. You know who he is?
Yeah, I know.
Is that his name?
Why is it called
We got the computer hand for Matt. Hannah raising with one of the.
Really skinny twin that's named Ford.
Got to change these.
Wait, who does?
This is Landon Tice's favorite hand, ace 3 suited.
He even said,
Lights here or what?
all I know about Tory Lane is the
I mess with the ace 3 suited. You can deal me that anytime.
He's done with that.
Yeah, as Negranu says, what he said something about raising ace 3 suited will get you like flipping burgers or something. It's one of the funnier tweets.
Come on,
The
Dad.
Negranu masterclass, or if it was a tweet, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
You got to
it's-
respect it. That's a good point, Daniel. You might be onto something.
Nah, it's just like,
All his years of
what'd you do then,
experience.
father?
Hollywood going to fight for it here with the king
It's like-
jack.
it's so drawn out, you know.
Hannah with the ace high is going to let it go.
Hey, what'd you do for New
Nice
Year's,
takedown
father?
there by Scott.
The aggression wins. Nice hand. Nice hand there, Hollywood.
Aggression
Can
does
we
tend to
please
win in
start that?
poker.
I want to start
It's
that
tough
with-
though when you play these Texas cash games for the first time. The aggression doesn't work the same as it might work in my experience
Yeah.
in Atlantic City at one of the casinos pre-COVID.
Yes.
Those
I'm
games
gonna
to
start
me I
doing it.
remember being a little bit
Let's go to the bar real quick. and
tighter
collect one
games. Here
Yeah.
in Texas, though, people like to fight for pots. You know, they like to call flops. They like to call turns.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Not many people
it's
fold.
fun. It's fun. I really enjoy it. I like playing here in Texas.
She's your number one
It's
fan.
not only
She's
fun
big
in
bragging up.
sense of the game, but it's also fun. Just I think people in Texas have a very hospitable personality. I think everyone's really. I haven't met many mean people in the poker scene. Whereas, like when I go to Vegas or somewhere like that, I tend to see more tables where people are more quiet, unless it's like during the series. So
69.
it's definitely one of my favorite parts about Texas poker. We're gonna see Chaz. Actually, oh, he goes 69. Nice.
You like that, father?
Oh, that's funny. The giggity.
Poor Chris. Seems like an inappropriate size.
It's on red.
Yeah, 69. He has the queen 9 suited dominated.
Eric's got a pretty hand. I like this queen 9 suited.
He's getting good odds to call here.
Oh, that was just lovely.
Oh.
Sit up.
All right, so we're going 3 ways to the flop. Hollywood currently has the best hand with the ace jack.
All right. You go that one?
Wow, what a flop.
Got more in the
And Hollywood having the ace of hearts here might want to float.
On you, father.
But Chaz flopping top
Granting her what?
pair. The face Chaz just made me laugh while I was saying that.
Yeah, how much he's obsessed with Sizzler.
Looks like Chaz
That's awesome.
puts out 85. And you were right here. It looks
I'm gonna text
like
her right
Hollywood's going to continue with his ace jack, with the ace of hearts. And then Eric, flush draw.
Yeah. You can take this either way. I like both plays. I like a call and I like a raise. I think you want to do it on some frequency on both.
Let's see what Eric decides. Looks like he's grabbing 85. All right, so we're going to the turn. This is exciting. What's it going to be? Ace
Yeah.
of hearts is going to be interesting for the ace jack, or heart.
Wow.
There it is.
Not only that, it gives Eric a straight flush draw.
Yeah.
But also, because of the dynamic of being in the middle, Scott's going to see a free river a lot of the time, and he does.
I can't call a woman father.
Now let's see if he uses his naked ace.
It's all the men.
2023, dude.
He is. He's going to go for the bluff.
110 by 600.
110. So he goes about a quarter of the pot.
I like this attempt.
He doesn't have to make it work too much here with this sizing. He's not risking too much. Sometimes people will fold here. He knows they don't have the nut flush because he has the ace of hearts. Eric, though, with the flush here on the paired board, is he going to find a raise?
Yeah.
Or will he maybe just call?
I think he finds a raise here. I think he might just be thinking what sizing. Although I could see calls to try to get Chaz to call something like exactly what he has.
Yep, so he's going to go for the raise, maybe 275, 300.
You know, I was thinking about this sizing to induce another re-raise from some bluffs.
300. Chaz makes a quick fold. He knows he's not doing well in that situation versus the raise on that type of board. Makes an easy fold with the queen 10. Eric picks up a nice pot.
Yeah. Nice hand to Eric there, taking down 420, blaze it. But Eric, one of our regulars, very nice guy.
Yeah, I like Eric too.
Yeah, I remember one of the streams. I think it might have been one of the streams where he didn't do too good, and I saw him right after playing chess with Leonard out there. I thought that was so funny, you know, like even after such a long stream, he's like so ready to get into another game, you know? I'm very much the same way.
Eric plays some chess, huh?
That's what it seemed like. I'm not sure if he plays. You know, Leonard just kind of wrecks everybody. So.
Oh yeah, I remember my first time when I came to Rounders and saw Leonard sitting there with his chessboard, ready to play anyone. I was like feeling confident, like it's like, you know, I'm not bad at chess. I'll give it a shot. But then I realized, oh, this was not what I expected. He is good. He's good.
Yeah.
Good.
I wonder how much hourly he makes from the $10 money matches that he does. Because he checkmated me in like 5 turns, and I was like, dang.
Leonard's good. I like Leonard.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, he just says, you know, $5-10 for the game, and you're like, yeah, you know, whatever, $5-10. You're like, I'll do it.
Hannah's going to come in here with the queen 10 for a raise, 15.
Ooh, and Jacob. Ooh, with the 6-3 suited. Love this hand.
I love this hand too. This is a pretty one. This one can get you into some trouble though.
Definitely. Although it's one of those hands, the reason I like these hands is that they don't connect with a lot of the hands that you're going to be against. So a lot of times when you do hit, you can't get away. But this is the flop, like you were saying, where he can get in trouble.
Flush draw. He's got a backdoor straight draw. Hannah with the check, out of position with her second pair.
Yep. Little pot control. I think she will call.
Jacob betting about 20. Yep, exactly 20. And Hannah makes the call. So we're going to go to the turn.
Ooh. Adding a couple more outs, although we do see a lot of outs have been folded. He still has 9 outs.
Looks like Jacob is going to fire another bet, try to take this down.
You're going to Nard?
Looks like 55.
Yeah, I would have called it way bigger when he had kings.
See what Hannah decides.
I had AC.
Looks like she's pretty quick. She's going to make the call. She thinks she still has the best hand. And she does, but she's got to fade a lot on the river.
Yeah, interesting spot if the club doesn't come, whether or not Jacob bets. But because of Hannah's play so far, if a club doesn't come, she can often check call. Oh,
that's tough too, because now you think your 10 is a little bit stronger now that the king is out there. But Jacob's flush does come in. He hits one of his 9 outs.
I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot to see what sizing Jacob goes for as
I think he has the best hand. So it's how do you get a worse hand to call? And he decides 125.
I like it. In fact,
yeah, I like the sizing.
I'll see
It's
something go
Tough
on.
spot for Hannah.
I'll check the chat.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this is the kind of hand that this sizing targets.
It's either you or Preston.
I don't know what I would do here. I don't know what I'm happy this is her in this situation, not me having to think through this one.
Like when I'm like.
It's hard, but it's hard to find triple barrel bluffs as much as we'd like to. Even though I always try to find triple barrel bluffs, it's really hard to find.
What's that?
When I'm sober in real life, what I said, usually I end up.
Another.
Jacob keeping it cool. Probably at this point, Jacob is thinking, okay, I definitely have the best hand here. I really wanted to call. And of course, he thought he had the best hand when he was betting. But, you know, the longer it takes for your opponent to act, because if he gets raised here, that's a tough spot for him.
Yeah.
But
Great fold from Hannah.
yeah.
That fold's hard.
Jacob's nice here. He shows her what he had. Doesn't make her have to go check her phone or wait through the delay.
Yeah.
Jacob there.
I saw,
Good by Hannah. She feels good now too, folding that 10.
yeah, no, for sure.
We find calls there. We're calling in that spot with 10s worse. You
No,
know,
yeah.
worse hands.
I found a call earlier when I was playing that was like, why would I ever call here? It was like,
Oh,
how
one
many
of those,
times?
you know what? No matter how many years you play poker, you will inevitably still say like, question like, why did I do that?
Yeah,
And you've been in the situation so many times, but you know that's just the way it goes.
yeah. That was eye opening for me. This the last WSOP, just seeing how even the most tenured poker players still go through that a lot.
What's up there, Mr. Pappy Van Winkle, hanging out with us over on Twitch. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
And George Nino in the YouTube chat. Another.
What's up, El Nino? Good to see you out there. Shout out to YouTube. What's good, YouTube? Hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. We got a fun one.
Yeah.
We got a fun one. There's some close calls. There's some tough calls. There's some all-ins. I feel like we have a nice mix of players. I'm definitely enjoying calling the action here with you tonight, Ethan.
Yeah, it's always fun. And wow, we actually saw Rudy fold the king-queen out of position. I guess maybe he really doesn't enjoy being out of position there. But we do see he would have flopped the best of it on a very scary board.
Out of position definitely comes into play for a lot of these spots,
Yeah.
knowing that you're going to have to let two other people, at least in the situation, act,
Math must be wrong.
and then you have to act.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually interested to see if he was going to take a 3-bet or not. I wasn't expecting the fold, although I do like the fold more than the call a lot of the time. I see Trent in the chat. I believe that's Treetop Trent. I'm not sure if that's your last name, but it says, I'll be there in 30 minutes, Ethan. Get the spare mic ready. Hey, man, we got the spare seat ready if you want to come play. I don't know. I'll have to ask Drew on the mic thing, though.
What's that? She run cross country. Stop running.
My son just
Interesting spot for CHAZ.
He has to bet to win. So what does he think the bet size he wants to use is?
Yeah, I was going to say all in, and he does go for it. And I was going to say, if you're going to use a hand like, if you're going to have 5-4, you really don't want to balance with the, you don't want to go like 150, you know, what you might go if you're value. You really just want to go what you would do when you're targeting a cooler.
That is the most I don't know.
Yep. So good bet here by CHAZ. He takes down with the worst hand. Tough spot. You know, you're going to call off for your entire stack on this type of board. With second pair, which looks pretty good. And CHAZ knows he has to apply pressure to take it down. So you're right. Some sort of smaller size bet. Just makes it really easy for a queen to call. And if you want to apply pressure, put people to a decision, that's really at the heart of this game. You know, I think the people who find those spots to put people into tough decisions, you know, they're going to find a lot of success. They're going to create some opportunities that might not be there for others due to, you know, their ability to identify a situation and be willing to put it all in, whether they have it or not. So Chaz shows us that a lot, and it's great having him on the stream here.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about those kind of hands with Chaz is that a lot of people are even just raising aces that aren't boated up on the turn against him because they really don't want to let him bet, you know?
He could probably get some weak aces to fold there that are trips as well with
Yeah.
bad kickers, so it's, yeah.
I mean, he got King Queen to fold pre-flop because King Queen didn't want to play against Chaz out of position, you know?
Wow, guy.
And that's the power of Chaz as a player.
Rudy's getting involved on the button here with the Jack-8 suited. I like that. Chaz has 3-bet to $60. Jacob calls with the King-10.
Ooh, that's a flop for Jacob. Flopping on King-10 high flush draw earlier, now top 2 pair this time against Chaz.
Who do we know about?
Chaz smartly goes for a check with no backdoor.
Rudy's going to check it. Rudy's got some nice turn cards he could pick up here with the Jack-8 suited. Spade, straight draw, neither of them come for Rudy. So Jacob's got this one pretty locked down.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot whether or not you want to try to check again to let Chaz take more bluffs or whether you want to bet. And I think both are fine.
Yeah, there's hands to check on the flop. They're going to call a bet. If you're only going to get one bet, going big seems reasonable. So nice hand there for Jacob.
Yeah, it's always interesting those spots, especially against someone who you feel might bet more with bluffs in that, and when it goes check and the check around on the flop and then check again on the turn. But also, Chaz has shown to do delayed C bets in that spot with some good hands as well.
Chaz definitely mixes it up well, 100%.
Yeah, I didn't realize I stole it. My bad.
Yeah, he's been doing really well.
Also, it was a bet. Oh, you should.
Oh, that's not even
Wow,
Ooh,
and
Jacob's got the queens.
back to back, flops top 2 on a relatively dry board, then wakes up to queens. See what sizing he takes as an open. It gets really strange under the gun.
And that's why.
Yeah, I thought maybe he could take something like a limp, and this back raise is gonna be fortuitous here for him.
That word's too big for me too, buddy.
But yeah, we gotta get Michael to fact check the word I just used.
Chaz raises it up to 45, so Jacob's plan is working so far.
That's why he said.
It looks like Hollywood is called to 45 with his 10-7 suited.
He's assuming you're Asian.
Okay, what's the right word?
No, she's.
I thought he was.
All right, now, how does Jacob want to play his queens from here? He limped to induce some aggression. Got it. And he's going to re-raise it.
Yeah, I like the sizing. I was gonna say 200, but 225 makes sense too. You want to make a committing bet to where hands that feel they're gonna call feel like they might have to shove. Let's just say a hand like Ace-10 suited maybe that Chaz could have that he might not want to just call.
I didn't. I know you want $5.
Definitely like that sizing from that, and that's a nice 2 hands for Jacob making a comeback. Although gonna need some help to get there. It is only 1 double up.
Reminder, everybody, if you are in the San Antonio area, this Thursday, 2 days from now, we are going to be having a 20,000 guaranteed monster stack event here at Rounders.
What's total?
The results will be reported to Hendon Mob, so if you are looking to build up your Hendon Mob, playing a lot of live poker, that is a target event for you.
I was like, tall, skinny. He's like, It's like, damn, father.
Hollywood's got the ace-queen here. I'm going to call it 20.
No, she's tall. No, like she's tall, skinny. 3 calls, 4 calls. And for a female, she's 5'9".
Eddie going to stick around with his 10-9, and it folds now to Chaz with the 9-6 suited. This is a nice one. He's going to raise it up. I don't blame him. Takes 110.
Yeah, it's crazy. His aggression is so, and this is kind of what happens when you're aggressive, is that you're going to get called by Ace-8 off, which is kind of what you want with hands like this. I mean, obviously,
Three fathers.
It's not what you want with this exact hand, but the fact that you do get called is very good for your future hands. And CHAZ.
Flops a pair. Hollywood
Ooh.
with top pair, top kicker. Matt has missed.
26.
Yeah, a pair and a backdoor flush draw in Hollywood. It's gonna have about what's gonna be a pot size shove left. Does just call.
Yeah, what I put out there.
I need 25.
What?
One more green.
This is all me.
Oh.
Didn't see it. I was. I didn't see that.
You can see CHAZ's outs only has 3 outs that are clean, but he does have diamond draws. Oh my gosh, and it's a 9 on the turn for CHAZ. How brutal is that for Mr. Hollywood here?
2 1/4.
Okay, father.
CHAZ gets called pretty quickly by Hollywood. Don't blame him. He's got to think he's got the best hand here a lot of the time.
What a brutal run out for ace queen here.
All right, so what? CHAZ is all in. This time he has it. Snap called.
Oh, and Mr. Hollywood had more than what was shown. He actually looks to have about 700. He might have added on.
So CHAZ is going to pick up a very nice pot here. Good turn for CHAZ, and you can't blame Hollywood for making that call. This is where playing an aggressive style, you just can't fold. Ace queen in the situation. I'm paying him the same.
Yeah.
Tough spot for Hollywood. And nice pot for CHAZ. Building up. He's our biggest winner tonight.
Yeah, well, that would look
So
like
he adds to his lead. Adds to his lead.
I mean, that was really well played by CHAZ there. Seeing the stack depth, I think that's just a perfect way to play it. That biggish sizing on the flop into what's essentially a down bet on the turn. I mean, not actually down bet, but very small bet on the turn into the shove on the river. Just really well played by CHAZ to get him up to the $3,600 stack there. Unfortunate for Hollywood. And that spot's just brutal. That run out is absolutely brutal.
Yep. Hollywood, we feel you, buddy. We'd all be in the same situation. Wondering where it all went wrong. Why the 9 on the turn? But that's the game. That's the game.
1,500.
That's why we love it and we hate it. Right, everyone?
Yeah, I mean, I'm often in the cooler section where I'm giving the coolers, luckily, but it's only because I played those 9-6 suited hands.
You did miss Avery.
Avery top 5.
But it can backfire. It's what happens, is that you end up doing it and getting called by that ace-8, and then the flop coming like 8, 9, 5 or something, and then them calling you down and hitting an ace.
Yeah, I gotta go, y'all. Yeah, me and Scott got a big one. I got very lucky.
Standard.
Standard duck bucks.
If you're enjoying the stream, please don't forget to hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. Help us to grow our YouTube channel, because once we get to 1,000 subscribers, we're going to do some sort of giveaway. We're not exactly sure what it's going to be yet, but if you're hanging around, you're watching, you're enjoying the stream, we don't want you to miss that. So make sure you follow the socials, ! Rounders in the chat. We'll pull up our social medias so you make sure you don't miss any of our special announcements, giveaways, things like that. All right, Hollywood's back. Plenty of time for Hollywood to go on a run, get back into the green. Ace 10-8 flop. We got a weak pair for CHAZ. Hollywood's got some backdoor draws. He's going to take a stab at it here for 40.
I get in the mix with the 9-2 suited.
Ship it.
And CHAZ and Hollywood have a lot of history.
Yeah?
Oh, no, yeah, CHAZ is getting my
Used to be,
What?
again, Hollywood used to be a stream regular. But they used to play a
I
lot
actually
on the
forgot my
stream as
credit
well
card.
as cash games off. So
They don't accept cash here.
Definitely a lot of dynamics here.
What do you have, Venmo, Cash App?
Yeah, they actually
No.
block all those for me. It's terrible.
Some extra backdoor for a Hollywood there, drawing to those 4
Yeah, I
outs.
can't take it off the table. I'm so sorry.
Does not get there though.
Check.
85. I mean,
Hollywood's got to bluff at it to win.
Nice get through there by Hollywood. Nice little comeback.
Oh, ace of diamonds.
It's nice to see Chaz fold there. I actually thought he would call.
No,
You say with
it
impressive
looks
or
like
not
Chaz had made up his mind. He's given credit to Hollywood, thinking he's got the best hand, and maybe Hollywood got tricky on the turn there. Checked a big hand to try to get some value from Chaz on the river. And Hollywood did pick it wasn't a small sizing. I believe it was a little bit bigger of a sizing relative to the pot.
why is that? Is that a good name?
And it's going to get through.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't blame him.
What'd you end up
Tough
naming?
call there with third pair.
Yeah. Really well played by Hollywood there.
So that was like within like the top contenders, Jacob and Angela.
Jacob was not.
I'm
top.
accurate with like,
I
my
think like the last match. I think
technique.
I'm
Like
full
this,
wide.
like holding like this, I'm very accurate.
Yeah. He used to work CIA.
I can buck with that very accurately.
How can you be
I can
so
do this
accurate?
very accurately.
Chaz,
Pitching, I'm not very good. Huh?
Chaz, how can you be so accurate? You never hold one.
You're
True,
doing
true. Yeah, that's a good question. I guess it's
No, Eric did.
Oh, I thought you were doing
Rudy's going to get involved here with the queen jack.
While you're pissing, you throw cards really.
5 folds.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and I like these small raise sizings because
60.
Here we
it actually, I was going to say, even when Chaz raises, you actually stop big raises from happening when you go the small $10 sizing. You almost like control the pot by going smaller because even sometimes you'll get people who might want to raise. Look at this, just call.
Rudy calling the raise. Chaz
Yeah.
raised it up with the 9-4 suited. Rudy calls with the queen jack. Thinks he's doing all right, and he is. He's actually in the lead here. Jacob's got the 8-6 suited.
Ooh. Interesting flop because I don't think Chaz made that play not to go, and he does go 60.
Rudy's got second pair, backdoor flush draw, straight draw. So he's got a pretty decent hand.
Yeah, he's
Jacob
rocking that L Thunder
didn't really
for
connect at
game.
all.
Hell yeah.
I thought it was gonna be.
No one's
Yeah, this is
been
an
here, like,
interesting
6
spot
months.
to see if a diamond were to come on
Yeah.
the turn.
So Rudy makes the call. Jacob makes an easy fold.
Oh my gosh, what a terrible turn card for Queen Jack.
I think Chaz likes this. When you have the 9-4 suited, you're hoping something comes on the turn. Like, I need something. Here's a diamond. Now he's got a flush draw.
I love this overbet. This overbet's super good. Basically stops the caller from raising, but also does something like this, and that was a great overbet.
Yep. Great bet. Tough spot for Rudy. I mean, I don't blame him. Do you really want to see what Chaz has lined up for the river? Out
Yeah.
of position there. The power of position, power of aggression. And of course, Chaz picking up the flush draw. He's like, all right, I'm going to bluff again here. If I get called, I have some insurance. Hopefully a diamond comes. But didn't have to get to the river. Takes it down on the turn.
Yeah, no, I mean, that overbet's really good. I
you, Hannah.
mean,
What do you
what's going to happen is if you do get called in
It's
the
on
river,
me.
just let's say a 10
Who
of
else wants a
diamonds,
shot or
and
a drink?
Rudy sees that river with the Queen Jack and has the straight, Chaz probably goes for an overbet shove again
Yeah.
and gets called.
Can we get a 5
Definitely capable.
vodkas,
Definitely
please?
capable. I think that's why everyone loves watching Chaz play.
Yeah, I mean, he has 75% VPIP.
He's in the streets tonight. He's definitely playing that high VPIP, 75%. Last Thursday, we had DQ on stream. DQ, I think, finished the game at around 92%,
So green tea's like
which that was a crazy stream. So if you're on our YouTube channel, you can go to our live section and watch the past streams. You can go to last Thursday's stream, DQ. Check that out if you'd like.
I want a green tea.
Yeah, no, that stream was absolutely insane. I don't. It was just like a showcase into the crazy big stakes Texas games.
We're getting 1,000 viewers just on.
It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
And
I don't
Chaz
think anyone
wasn't
here's
even
ever
there,
gonna
I don't
order
think.
green tea again.
I'll do
Orange tea?
I couldn't even. I
Oh,
can't
like
imagine
the
that
last
lineup with
I'll
Chaz.
take the ass smacking.
Yeah. Richard tosses in the call. Pocket threes. Eddie's in there with the 8-9. Hannah with the 9 deuce makes an easy fold.
Unfortunately, Hannah not really getting any traction tonight so far.
Not bad hands from what we've seen. Jacob's in there with the 4-5 for $2. I like it. I like it. Everyone's splashing around.
Yeah.
Matt here with the queen 10 off the small blind completing, and Hollywood with the 7-3.
For a lot of orange tea shots.
Yeah, and Chaz actually folded the ace 8 there,
Father?
which you know is indicative. Sometimes you want to take it a little slow, even if you're
That sales pitch, I mean, you gotta have one.
a hand, if it's a hand that you usually would raise.
Eddie flops top pair. We have a gut shot draw for Jacob, Richard with an under pair, and Hollywood with second pair. Now with a couple overs. So we'll see how this goes down. Jacob decides to bet out 10 with the bottom end of the straight draw. He needs a 6.
I got a
Okay.
greasy show with him.
Sounds good.
Oh.
Yeah,
Everyone got
Hollywood
it.
calls with the second pair. Richard is not ready to let go of the hand.
Yeah, and a 3 would just be sick.
And then Eddie with top pair makes the call as well. So still four-handed. Turn it is a 10. That improves Eddie. Eddie's now got a straight draw.
Yeah, no one really likes this turn, except for, I mean, Eddie's definitely gonna like this turn, but
Matt, push his chair
everyone
back
kind of has a whole lot of nothing here.
out of the frame.
And pretty clean river, although 8 still isn't feeling really comfortable when someone bets into
Put
the
your back
field.
into it. Put your back into it.
You know how much this dog weighs, dude? Like,
Hollywood's going to bet at it with his 7. He's going to
Don't
put
hit
pressure
the
on. Looks like he goes
Oh, yeah.
with about a pot-sized bet. $60. Eddie's got to think if his 8 is good.
Big's about to have a fucking
Looks like Eddie does believe his 8 has a shot at winning this pot. He puts in the money, and Jacob with 5 high is going to let it go.
talking again.
Nice call there by Eddie.
He's like,
Eddie's going to pick up a
you
nice pot
sound like an epileptic in a strobe light.
in a very tough situation with a lot of players.
Oh my god.
But I
Second
want.
pair.
Nice hand.
And mine was 3.
So nice hand, Eddie.
Yeah, in Hollywood, you know, saying nice hand and just being a overall good sport despite that brutal ace-queen hand. It's always nice to see those people who are just very, you know, even if they understand that they're gonna sometimes lose in poker and they're not getting mad about it. And I think pretty much everyone who's played on a stream is like that. No matter how many times someone gets stacked or how bad it's going, you see a lot of happy faces even for the ones who are negative. So pretty awesome environment here.
I don't know. They're sitting in front of you. I want to make sure. That's the end.
Yeah, we got a nice lineup. We got a lot of conversation going at the table. Everyone having fun, gambling it up a little bit, playing some 1-2. You know, it's a Tuesday night here in Texas. What are people doing? They're playing 2-card hold'em here at Rounders, and some Big O. We got a bunch of Big O games going.
Big O always.
A little bit of PLO.
Grunting
Is there a PLO game?
I think there's one that's been going. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think they're looking to get some more going as well in the future.
I love me some PLO.
I know at some point in the future we're going to do a PLO stream.
That's one I would play for sure.
Augie.
Augie, how
Love
cold are
PLO.
you right now?
Chaz has a very, very pretty hand, the ace-10 clubs,
Augie, are you cold?
raising it up to
Cover us
25.
up, Father.
Hollywood's got a pretty nice hand as well. Calls the raise with the ace-deuce
Oh,
suited.
yeah, they are. Jesus Christ.
Sad, dude.
They're protruding.
Gotta cut
And
steel.
Jacob, looks like Jacob's in there with the 5-3 offsuit.
I didn't rip one.
Yeah, and Mr. Hollywood's gonna flop top pair here against Chaz's better top
They
pair.
are definitely a little hard.
Oh, and Chaz is actually gonna play this a little sneaky, maybe a little bit of pot control,
I like it. I like it.
a little trappy trap, a little pot control.
For sure, dude.
Flush draw picked up now by Hollywood.
9 bets 40.
That's $40 into the pot of 77. Jacob doesn't have much with the 5 high. Looks like he's going to take a second to think about it. All right. Now Chaz with the ace-10 makes the call.
Yeah.
We're going to the river.
16 outs for Mr. Hollywood. A lot of chop outs. That's not one of them.
125 by 9.
Hollywood bets 125.
Get two pair.
Get you back?
Chaz makes
I have
an easy call.
There you go.
As played the bluff catch, and he did so. He did so. He had the best hand. Actually,
Daddy.
Hollywood could have thought he had the best hand as well.
Yeah,
So,
as played for sure.
yep. Chaz drags in
Let's
another
keep
pot.
escalating it.
It's nice, uncle.
Oh, God.
It's Modelo time, fool. Have you seen that meme?
No, I haven't seen that. But one thing, when I first came to San Antonio, I came to Rounders and I decided to get a beer, and
Yeah.
I saw they had Yingling, and that's a Pennsylvania beer, and I grew up in Pennsylvania, so I have a thing. I think Yingling might be one of my favorite beers to drink, and the fact that when I first came here and you guys had it, it's like only been here a year or so,
Oh, wow.
and yeah. I was like, oh, that's nice. Let's go, Rounders. I'm meant to be here.
I didn't know that was a thing. There was a Smash player who named himself Yingling.
Another blind race.
He was pretty popular. Actually, he makes content with Ludwig now, but it's always funny.
Chaz coming in with the raise with the
Big raise.
4 deuce offsuit.
Yeah, I mean it's still 1-2, so he opened to 60 here at 1-2.
Hollywood calls with the king 10,
What's that?
and he's ahead.
White guy named Matt.
That's rude.
That was cute.
What's up there, Ghost?
Fuck up.
The mod with the most.
Oh, my God.
Oh wow, and this flop is Chaz keeps getting these really good bluff flops where he actually gets equity as well.
He's going for it. Hollywood's got a gut shot, though. Not going to go anywhere yet.
Yeah, it's interesting because you don't usually see a flop like this where it connects with both players so like disjointedly, but helps the bluffer more. And this is an interesting turn.
Cheat you in there?
Chaz looks like he's going to fight for it. And now Hollywood picks up second pair and a gut shot. And he was ready, it looks like, to make the call. Chaz bets 225. Hollywood's in there. They're going to the river. Let's see what comes. Chaz still can make it straight with 5. He misses, so Chaz finds himself here with 4 high.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Chaz does here. I mean, you can kind of see. Oh wow, he does check.
Yeah, saying math. Doing the math.
I was gonna say he looks like he's looking for something devious there, but decides to check.
Hollywood not checked yet. Hollywood might try to throw out a bet. He thinks Chaz might have continued with an ace if he still had one. We saw Hollywood bet his second pair in a hand or two ago. So let's see what he thinks of this situation with another, the second best pair on the floor.
Yeah,
Oh,
she counts in Vietnamese out loud, and then translates the number. And then says.
Yeah, I wonder if he's ever actually even going for value in this spot, targeting like a jack that might call, thinking a flush draw missed.
I wonder if Hollywood knows it's on him right now. I'm having a moment. Oh, Chaz just asked him too.
I'm gonna lose.
He didn't even know. He didn't even know. Chaz just asked him. The second I picked up on it, Chaz picked up on it as well. He's like, oh, I don't think that Hollywood knows he has a hand right now.
That's pretty
funny.
funny.
He was too zoned out. That was a Phil Ivey moment. If you guys remember that classic WSOP moment. No, it wasn't Phil Ivey. It was Chris Moneymaker. He didn't realize he was in the hand. He was like staring at like Johnny Chan and someone else. But he had a hand, and they were like waiting for him to check. And I think Johnny Chan was like, you know you have a hand?
Yeah.
And those moments are so classic. I'm so happy we just caught that. That's a very classic moment in poker. That's happened to me so many times.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like so many other players, you kind of zone out. He was looking for his straight. He didn't have that strong of a hand. He maybe just, thought it was over.
He was just checking out of it, but he was just gonna call anyway,
Yeah. I've been there. We've all been there.
Maybe he was so ready for a bet that he didn't even like expect it for there not to be chips, you know, like thrown out.
Yeah, exactly. I think that might have been what it was because
Yeah.
Chaz checked, everyone knew, and I'm sure Chris, said check, but he might have just missed it. So he was waiting for the action. Yeah.
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 And we got Holly in the chat. What's up, Holly? Just saw her earlier.
How's it
Playing some
going, Holly?
games.
Hello, Holly.
Hannah's like, give me the.
Jacob's got a pretty one here. King Jack suited.
Holla at Holly.
Hannah folds the 9-3 under the gun.
45 by 6.
Ooh, and we're going with some big open sizings, although there is a $10 straddle, so I take that back.
Let's call blind. Let's mix it up.
Oh, he says let's call blind. People tend to wake up with aces every time they call blind.
45.
Oh, go off.
Still not super strong hand though.
Richard's got a pretty one. Jack 9 suited on the button. Let's see what he does. No, he's not going to do it.
Yeah. And people in the game don't see that he's folding these hands, so they're not going to know whether or not he's just running bad or not.
No one will know. Unless they watch the stream later, then they can do that. But a pretty big raise. Raise to 45. Jack 9 suited doesn't look as good. It's tough to play. And playing with maybe some tougher opponents in some spots.
Yeah.
You might want to avoid those situations.
Oh, wow.
Looks like we got a double backdoor for Jacob. Chaz has top pair. We got a bet and a call.
Yeah, King High might even be good here a lot of the time.
Jacob looking for a spade or a Broadway card to help
Wow.
improve his hand. He gets both. He gets both.
That's probably the best and worst card you can ask for as Jacob.
So if you look at the top of the screen here, Jacob's outs. Jacob's going to continue to aggressively play his hand. He's got 7 outs. He needs a spade or a queen to make a straight. Spade gives him a flush. Chaz has top pair. Chaz has the ace of spades. So even if the spade comes on the river, Chaz knows no one has the nut flush because I have the ace of spades.
Yeah.
So that could create an interesting situation.
Wow.
Chaz improves to trips. Now Jacob has to bet if he wants to win.
Yeah, and this is a great card to bluff. Although the problem is that a lot of Chaz's hands are going to contain an ace on this board.
Jacob's going to fight for it. Let's see what he carves out. 548 in the pot right now. Looks like he goes about half pot. 225.
What do you guys do for fun? Fish? Hot what?
Orange shot.
Like polar bear?
Deer.
Deer?
Chaz decides to just call.
How do you have
You
an
guys eat
A?
dolphins?
Jacob, no. Jacob says, how do you have an ace? Jacob is going to lose this pot here.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
But
nice
he
try.
fought for it. He fought for it. Chaz, though, just calls the river. He thinks that it's going to be tough to get called by worse hands here. Makes a call, shows it down, picks up a nice pot. Chaz still on the upswing, over 4,000 now in his stack. Everybody started with 1,000 in this game. Max, Chaz has 4x'd his stack.
Yeah, and I really like the try from Jacob there.
Oh, around here.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot. If Jacob goes all in on that river, for Chaz with his ace-8, it's a really tough spot. I think we're happy to just call the bet there.
And Chaz and Eric up what looks like a very identical amount, while it's not. For some reason, they just have. I guess they're 1-4 off. Because if Eric had 1144, they would be essentially pretty much like the same looking numbers. I don't know. I just look at those numbers like I don't know if you know what I mean, but it's funny to look at the numbers the way that they line up.
Jacob with another nice hand raises it up to 45 with the ace king.
You're like, no, definitely not that low.
Dang.
Hollywood with the ace 10 gonna get in there.
Hollywood, sadly for him, has been dominated every time with the aces.
Hollywood likes his hand. I don't blame him. I don't want to fold this either, Richard. I don't want to fold this either. See what he does. Looks like Richard wants to get involved with his 9-7 of spades.
Get in the mix there.
Rood's gonna fold the 5-4.
It was the dude.
I'm just gonna fold the 8-6 suited. Eric has a pretty one. King Jack suited. King Jack of spades.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Even though Jacob uses such a large open sizing, we're still going 4 ways to the flop.
This trick that I was
Eric
seeing.
building some towers.
He
Love
was,
to see it with
my
the
buddy was on
1,000
the first date.
Oh, he
chip
just
sack
said
in the
he
front.
says, you know,
So my
Makes
buddy's
call.
on the first date.
And we're going 4 way to the flop.
I'm with a chick I've
Wow,
been seeing.
that is a very
And his-
interesting
my
flop.
buddy's first
You
date,
got top
and
or
the
top
girl-
pair with a top kicker for
the
Jacob
girl
here
I'm seeing,
with the backdoor
my
flush draw.
girlfriend,
Top
Taylor
pair
just
for
came
Eric with
outside,
backdoor straight draw.
like,
Middle pair for Hollywood with a backdoor ace draw, which you might think is good. And open-ended for Richard, although it is a very scary board.
Everyone has something. Action flop. Definition of action flop here.
First and foremost,
Top
we were
pair, top pair,
Angry
second
at-
pair, open-ended.
Wait, is that like a food place?
I like the fold here from Richard.
Richard's gonna let it go with the 9-7.
Sure crowd. Oh, no. Well.
Oh.
Yeah, even if you hit, you might not be good.
But you
Yeah,
know what?
very
We don't
tough spot to
judge.
be
You're
in
there
with
making out
3 other
dudes.
players.
We're just like, it's
$85 bet out there. There's a call.
Like, oh.
Another player to
You're
act
not gonna
yet.
get lined, but
But, you know, we don't
Eric makes
call
the call as well with his top
names,
pair.
we're just like, oh. But, you know, it's all good. You didn't have the beard then.
We got a pop building here. We're going to the turn.
Because the dude had the beard and he didn't have a
And
beard.
2 stream legends in the chat, Preston and Seti. Just giving a shout out real quick to them.
What's up, boys? Shout out to Preston and Seti.
Pretty clean turn here. This is actually really, this is just a terrible card for Eric. A great card for Jacob.
you wanna play?
That's it, my play story.
Jacob thinks he still has the best hand.
How he was like saying how he's like the least.
I think he said all in, and I like the all in.
He's like, I've been with
I think this is a great play.
He's
A
like,
lot
I
of
just
draws out
I'm
there.
I'm the most straight
Jacob
guy
might
here.
have a little bit more than the size of the pot.
He's like,
So
I'm
now
straight dude.
the action is going to get to Hollywood with second pair. And then the toughest decision is going to be on Eric here with the top pair. And now all the draws.
Yeah, and I think a lot of draws are going to shove this turn. I think Queen Jack of clubs is a really good example, but I actually think having the ace of clubs is decent for Jacob as he is he's blocking a lot of the flush draws. But he wants his opponents to have top pair.
Oh, so you need alcohol.
And
Yeah, that's what I said.
Scott
Wait, why are you
thinking
talking
about
about
calling
drink?
here with middle pair.
Why'd you ask how much I've
Hollywood knows there's a lot of draws
going
out there.
off or
Thinks
what?
his second pair might
Am I
be
being loud?
good.
Am I being
Counting
loud?
out the call.
See what I did there?
So it looks like the call is Jacob's all in is about 590. Oh, 603. Okay, we got it. 603.
You trying to play or what?
And also super tough here for Hollywood because there's still one player behind. Eric still has to act behind. The decision is different with Eric in here versus if it was a heads-up situation facing a all-in on this type of board.
Yeah, and it's also another dynamic when you think, is my opponent using, me in the middle to bluff the person behind?
Hollywood makes a fold now. Eric with the toughest decision here.
Yeah.
In this hand, it folds to him, and he has to decide if his hand's best for about a little bit more than a pot-sized jam.
I know.
It's a pretty hard fold considering Jacob has been shown to be able to take these spots.
Yep, definitely a tough spot.
And he does make the call, very side call.
Everyone's playing.
He's like, you got it.
Already there?
Oh, he is now.
Clean river. It's going to give Jacob the double up and a little bit of needed leeway. As he is, hasn't had a great start, but...
Can't blame Eric for the call, man. Can't blame Eric for the call.
No, and I love the shove by Jacob. I think that's the correct sizing to where there's just going to be a lot more bluffs in that shoving range.
Yeah. Sometimes you look at your opponent and you just decide whether you think they are telling the truth or not. Eric was like, nope. I think you might be bluffing this time. Makes the call. Don't blame him.
Yeah, sometimes you just look down and you say you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them.
Oh, that's the tough decision, man. That's the toughest thing. That's the gamble in it. Everything is a 50-50 decision, huh?
Yeah.
Gamble
I did.
or not.
Except the thing is, if you're on stream, definitely don't want to know when to walk away because we want you the whole time. But but that gives a little bit of only down 700 now. Did start off around negative 14, I would say was his lowest point. So nice spot for Jacob there.
Jacob's battling back. A big spot there. Gets max value with his ace king.
Well, you ever play over at
CHAZ is our current big winner tonight, followed by Rood, Eric, and Richard with a small profit right now.
And SETI demands blood and sad boys, as Preston says.
Max Payne.
Max Payne
Max Payne.
says show the V-pips. We showed the V-pips earlier. Actually,
yeah,
they're not that bad.
CHAZ is 75%. CHAZ is holding it down right now.
Yeah.
Last time we saw it.
And Jacob not too far behind at like 55%.
Yep.
Jacob and CHAZ have been super battling. I believe Hollywood was next in line.
I wonder what mega battling looks like.
DQ versus Ant-Man is what mega battling looks like.
Yeah, when Ant won that $4,000 side pot with 8 high, man.
Yeah.
That was crazy. If you're on YouTube right now, go check out our clips in the coming week. I think that clip is going to come out, the 8 high. Ant-Man wins a $4,000 side pot in this huge pot with DQ.
Most insane pot again. One of the most insane pots I've ever seen. Definitely the most insane pot I've commentated, but just for both players, it was so funny when Ant-Man says, "You gotta be good," and then DQ's like, "No, you're good." He's like, "I can't be good." It's funny because I look back through that stream, and that happened like 2 or 3 times where Ant-Man was like, "You have to be good," and then it turns out that his opponent wasn't good. Oh gosh.
Yeah,
Those are some fun times. Definitely go look at those if you haven't yet.
Poker is a funny game. Poker is a very funny game we play, everyone.
CHAZ using really big sizings. And this is super scary to play against because even when you have this ace-3 here, you know CHAZ is kind of taking this with any hand, but also you just hate every flop. Like even when you flop an ace, you almost always feel afraid.
Yeah, definitely. This is Texas 1-2 hits different, as the cool kids say nowadays.
And looks like Jacob swapped that plaque for some chips.
Likes to build stacks. I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Oh, and Hannah getting in the mix here.
What's she got? The 8-9. She's going for it. It's been a minute since Hannah's played a hand, so what we're assuming she is going to think she's got a tight image. She can get away with this. And
yeah,
it looks like it is going to work here. Maybe she's got to get through Hollywood first. CHAZ did fold.
The other guys. Never seen the other guys?
Yeah, I think they'll be really surprised if this goes to showdown to see what she's 3-betting with. But I like the 3-bet here against someone who's opening a large range. Someone asked, is there an app any of you prefer to track? Oh, looks like actually CHAZ would have flopped top bottom, but Hannah with middle pair and a gutter, really good flop for her, and CHAZ would have had a boat.
Check, check. Let's see how Hannah decides to play her second pair on this type of board versus Hollywood's check. Looks like she's going to bet 175.
Yeah, I think this is often going to work, although
Yeah, the old 1-2 max.
Hollywood has been playing, has been in some rough spots.
Starting with 300.
Yeah.
See what Hollywood thinks. You might think she's on a draw. His ace high might be good.
Yeah.
He might be thinking about bluffing. He might be thinking about raising.
I mean, she can have queen jack suited, king queen suited type hands that are going to want to check bet this turn.
He's going to let it go. Hannah's going to pick up a nice pot with the 8-9 off.
Nice hand to Hannah.
Went for the squeeze pre-flop. Had to take it down post-flop.
I'm glad she won that Hannah. That Handa.
He's trying. He's trying.
It was close. There's something there, as you would say.
He's working. He's working. He's working. Like, I'm working. I'm working.
I'm working here. That was the worst New York accent I've ever.
Get your Hannah's out in the chat. I see them. I see them.
Yeah. Actually, I'm a sub now. Can I do the Hannah thing? I don't know how to use it.
First off, you didn't have a beer.
I'll
Oh,
teach you
yeah.
how to use chat emotes later. Ethan.
I just did it. I'm a boomer.
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm a boomer. I don't know how to these Instagram posts. I don't know what to do. I try and I'm like, how do I turn this on?
Really?
Hannah battling back here, only down 500 after an early blind all-in with what turned out to be the Jack 4, and she did not win versus, I think, Chaz's blind call with 10, whatever he had. Or no, Chaz was all in blind. She called blind, I think.
Yeah, it was a 10 deuce suited for Chaz versus Hannah's Jack 4 offsuit. All in pre-flop for $1,000 each. Blind, so pretty funny spot. Chaz gonna have Eric's kicker dominated here with the pocket sixes.
Tough board for sixes. Let's see how this goes down. Eric decides to check with his ace high. And then a 5 on the turn. Chaz looks like he's going into showdown mode. Eric as well, with his ace high, decides to check again. And I think we're going to see Chaz win here quite a bit. Chaz might even throw out a value bet to try to get called by ace high.
Yeah,
and he does.
I like it. I mean, I
Big
think
sizing too.
he gets snap
And gets
called.
called by the ace high. Wow, we're seeing that's some good poker right there, man. You got to respect both sides of that one.
Yeah.
100%. Chaz identified that Eric had an ace high type hand. If he bet big,
You accept or what?
then basically when players bet big like that, it says I either have it or I don't.
Yeah.
It's very polarizing. You're not going to be betting some middling value type hands there. So some good poker there. And you don't blame Eric for calling.
Yeah.
Because also with the way the hand went down, Chaz could have some sort of queen jack, jack 9, some sort of gut shot that he decided to check down and he missed. And he knows he's capable of firing there that sizing as a bluff. And that's kind of the poetry of poker. That was a fun hand to watch there.
Yeah.
From both sides.
There's our V-pips. You can see Chaz at the 75% V-pip after that hand. Jacob and Hollywood closing in on 50%. Well, Jacob already at 52, but Hollywood almost there. Surprisingly, Hannah actually not too far behind Hollywood here, even though she's got an orbit or two of no hands.
Yeah, definitely higher from what we've seen. She's had to fold a bunch of bad hands, so it does seem like she's actually played more than we have caught. Eric and Matt in the streets. Everyone else very similar V-pips.
No, I always get made fun of my laugh. And
You don't like my laugh?
no, you're like the only one that I
They're talking about Chaz's laugh.
have a very signature laugh.
Yeah.
You making fun of my dude's laugh? He can't mimic you.
Oh, that's your dude? Oh, my bad.
No, not like
I'm
that.
sorry.
Chaz has one of the most memorable, if not the most memorable, laugh that I have. There's two. Also, my buddy Tyler, TSP253. He's got an incredibly memorable laugh. Chaz is another one that has an incredible, memorable laugh, and I think that's what Hannah was trying to say at the table there.
I think it's hilarious when Chaz laughs and then just starts going red from how hard he's laughing. It's one of the funniest things to see.
Yeah.
Because then also like he'll laugh for like 30 seconds straight and then just stop and go cold face, like stone face, like get in the zone for the hand that he's about to play. It's hilarious.
Hannah raising it up to 50 on the button with the ace jack suited. Matt makes the call with the king 9 in the big blind, or under the gun, straddle.
That's why you don't chill really good.
Matt in the straddle with the king 9.
Ooh.
Hits the top pair.
Are you trying to chill or what?
Looks like Hannah's going to continue the aggression.
Yeah, this is a rough flop for Hannah.
Snap
Although
call by Matt.
Does have some backdoors.
Alright, so.
It's not one of them.
Looks like Hannah wants to fight for it. She's going to bet again.
150.
150 into a pot of 183. Matt makes another quick call.
Yeah, this is a super interesting spot to see how she takes this river if she misses.
Check, check. Hannah's going to show down her ace jack. Not really. He'll have to wait 15 minutes to see it.
Yeah.
But Matt's king 9 is good. Going to pick a nice pop.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, ace high has enough showdown on that board where
I got the group mixed up.
you can
Sorry,
just
my
check.
CHAZ is cool.
Hopefully, you're going to beat like the 15-20% of hands that you can beat there.
Don't get upset. Don't get it twisted.
Yep, there's going to be some times there too. The ace jack is going to see Matt have maybe a gut shot draw from that flop. Maybe some backdoor. Maybe sometimes she gets a weak 7 that he might have defended in the big blind fold.
Everybody here knows
And after a couple bets, decides to give up.
We see Chaz has a 51% pre-flop raise. It's 1 in every 2 hands he's raising. A little more than 1 in every 2.
Wow, and what do you mean by
Richard being patient with the raise up to this point.
define check?
Doing a lot of calling, but you know, in a game like this, with Chaz raising 51% of the hands, I'm wondering, would I want to? That's actually, if I was in a game where you just knew somebody was going to raise all the time, it creates a scenario where, you know, maybe, hey, let's start limping. Let's just call his raises, because if we raise and then he re-raises, okay, now the pot is exponentially bigger.
Yeah.
And you could see maybe this is a Chaz effect. You know, the Chaz effect at the table. And
Oh, 100%.
it's cool to see it play out, because there are some situations at a live poker table where you will have, there's different types of players. You'll have different types of characters, and they can affect the flow of the game. They can make it a super fun game. Some players can make it a not so fun game.
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's the beauty of it. It's so cool,
Yeah,
and
dude.
seeing it play out.
Cheating on me. Cheating on
And
me.
the numbers there. And the numbers there. Chaz is doing well. Eddie's got the ace queen here versus Jacob's 10s.
One of my favorite quotes I've heard at poker table.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I mean, when you do have those like 450, 500 stacks, and you get good hands, a lot of times you're going to get it in if you're against, I don't know, for example. Oh, wow, what a brutal flop. Eddie is not running well.
As of right now, he probably thinks his hand's pretty good in this situation, so it is unfortunate for him that Jacob has a set. But he's going to check call. He does still have outs to the best hand. He needs to see a king or a queen for more outs, or an ace.
Hey, put it on Chaz's.
No, he just needs a king.
Another round.
Wow, and he leads out.
Thank you, Chad.
Trying to
RT.
block bet here, stop
no
Jacob
one's
from
agreed to here
raising.
except for maybe Matt.
Looks like we do get an all-in. We get a snap call. You can't blame the call here.
Yep. And of course, Jacob's not going anywhere, so we got a big pot developing. And it is an 8 on the river. Jacob's going to pick up another nice pot. That might have him in the green now.
Very
Orange
close.
tea with us? What's that? Orange tea with us this time?
Yeah, it looks like he's only down $132 now. Unfortunately
Oh,
for Eddie,
close.
that's one of those hands that is just so unfortunate to run into. That flop when you have top pair, top kicker.
I think he might be leaving.
Man, your opponent's gonna have a lot of bluffs. Although that is a very connected flop. You can't blame him for calling the ace queen, especially with how his stack is relative to the way the game's playing right now.
Oh, okay.
Yep, can't say I would have folded that hand either.
We put two.
So nice flop for Jacob. He is the benefactor. And Jacob's almost even now on the night. After a slow start,
We got targets?
actually a quick start, just in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
He's got the car back on the track. He's heading north.
That's not true at all. You
Chaz has been heading north the majority of this game.
Are we gonna possibly see Drew in C3, C2, C3, C3?
Him and Rudy.
Uh-oh.
You never know.
You never know.
We said that like 3
How
hands
it
ago.
goes.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna get stuck.
this has been a pretty fun stream so far, but it's really fun to see just how dominating Chaz can be, you know?
Chaz effect, man.
Yeah, Chaz effect.
Chaz effect, it's a thing.
You see it a lot on a lot of the streams he plays, even at the higher stakes, you know? Like, I saw he got Rory to fold, like, pocket kings pre-flop by shoving pre-flop for, like, 18, 13,000 around that.
Yep.
And that's the Chaz effect.
Yeah, 100%.
That's the ratio.
We're going to raise from Eric here to 25 with the ace-4 clubs. Richard has the ace-10.
If you want to color out,
Looks like he is making the call as well. Hollywood with the 9-5.
That was really rude, Vic.
Ready to see a flop. Also Matt with the queen 10.
Vic
So
had
four
to
ways.
use the word fine in a different context than all context.
And an open-ended for Matt here with his queen 10. We got a gut shot for Richard. Not too much for Eric or Hollywood.
I checked greens ago, dude.
Green, 6, 9.
And I verbally did it.
Yeah, and Matt, a lot of his open-ended outs are actually being held by the other players here. Almost has as many outs as the ace-10 does.
10 on the turn. Gives Richard a pair now. And a weak straight draw for Hollywood. And a jack on the river. Richard's hand is best. We will see if anyone wants to fight for it. Might be able to get the 10 to fold.
Me?
Yeah. No pair.
I'm locking
Richard
it up.
checks and Eric checks. Richard's going to pick up a nice pot.
I
In a
got,
tough spot, very tough situation. You don't
I'm winning.
think your ace 10 is going to be winning
Locking it up.
too much here with so many other players out
No,
there.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about
Those chips are never locked up.
Pairs on the board.
I thought you-
Oh, players?
Yeah.
I mean, I could go out there and find somebody, but I've been drinking.
That's
Well,
Reedy's
find
job.
one. Fill it up.
Big's on it. Big is gonna go find the nigga.
There's a guy for that.
Fucking 1, 2, 5. You're gonna go get Dylan.
Thanks for tuning in tonight, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
He,
Dylan like has
We're
a
at
big
Rounders
Yeah.
Card Club in San Antonio, Texas. My name is Drew, aka Bet on Drew. I am here with Ethan, aka Snowy
Dylan has like a big
HSS
head
on
against
Twitter.
stream.
The skinny little dude that deals
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're bringing you the action, this 1-2 game
No, it
that
is
we
not.
got.
Dylan.
We got another hour in the show.
Different Dylan. Okay, my
Our
bad.
big winner tonight so far is CHAZ, Big Daddy CHAZ in seat 7.
Roll a fucking beer, guy.
We got a lively, fun group with us tonight.
No, please, no.
Yeah, it's been a super fun stream. I mean, I haven't seen a stream that we've hosted that isn't just insane or fun. You know, like even the stream, we had one stream I remember that we were just like, you know, we'll keep this a chill day. Like, let's get some people from the table, see if they want to have some fun, you know, hop in on it. And that was still an insane stream. And it's just crazy how much fun a lot of the tables end up being, no matter what.
Money, whatever.
And it's always a blast when you have someone like Ant-Man or Chaz at the table because they
wow.
just
really
Oh.
really love to put people in uncomfortable situations.
Wow.
Well, that's what he's saying. Becomes too
I'm out.
popular.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Chaz 3-betting here with the best hand. Gets to Jacob, last one to get through.
Snap this off fast. Big mid over here.
Yeah, out of position. Maybe if it was suited, you could.
He shows the ace. Chaz, show the 10. He's not going to show. Chaz takes down another one. Don't blame Jacob there. That's a tough spot. Hello there, Rude. In seat 2 waving to us. What's up, Rude? Dang, I didn't know he could see through that side of the camera.
He has X-ray
What's
vision.
up, Rude? Yeah, Rude, we see you. Rude, we see you. Yes. What's up? We'll talk later, Rude.
Really?
Hey, don't be rude to him.
He's calling us out there now, Rude. Look, we got to stay back here. We're going to commentate. We're going to watch you from here for the rest of the stream, okay?
He's looking. He's making sure we're not behind him.
Rudy's doing good tonight. He's up, though. He is up, one of our winners tonight.
Oh, yeah. That's the guy we got. Oh, got up.
We're getting back into the action here.
Is that good, George, or bad?
We got Jacob at
Curious.
early position. Jack 3 suited.
No, I think
Curious.
Oh, curious.
Not quite Jack 4, so can't get in the mix. But
Yellow boots, green boots. Yellow.
you got $20 straddle and Chaz folding. What is this?
No, I said there is another round.
Impossible.
Got to mix it up.
Don't be a puss.
Got to mix it up. We saw that in the chat earlier. Someone said,
Got
got to balance it. Keep them guessing. That's a really fun part of poker for me.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. It's a bunch of puzzles.
You done with
Trying to
Long
figure out
Island or
what the
what?
best decision is.
Yeah, just don't.
A variety of different, varying, changing situations.
Long Island?
Yeah, no situation is the same. That's why
I'd love to get you Long Island though.
it's not my favorite when people say, "Oh, why didn't you play it this way?" It's like every situation is so different, so unique.
I usually just go, you know what? I have no idea why I played it this way.
Yeah, I think a lot of good players are like that. You know?
Yeah.
That's something I've seen the most. Is like,
We got a gut shot for Hannah. Eric checks with his ace queen.
yeah, gut shot for Hannah, and also pair outs, which she probably thinks are live on a board with Jack High, as opponent's not going to have many Jack High hands pre-flop.
She puts out a bet, $55 into a pot of about 120. Eric's gonna make a call, raise. It looks like Eric might have raised. Oh no, he called.
Ooh.
Okay, she pushed in the chips. Hannah
Interesting.
picks up a
turn.
pair.
Are you gonna fuck this shit?
This is a turn that you can
Scott,
go either way because you do want to deny equity from flush draws, but you also turn a lot of hands drawing very thin.
Everyone's getting their hair pulled tonight.
Scott's a Democrat.
Cheers.
No, I'm not.
Like I said earlier, we got a fun, lively game
That's like
tonight.
the worst thing anyone
Looks like
ever
they're doing
says.
some green tea shots there.
Yeah, and that's
I don't
not
believe
Monster Energy green tea. That's
Hannah
what's
puts
that
out
about?
another bet. Looks like she bets about 175. I think about the size of the pot. Eric quickly folds his ace queen.
Like a baller. Hannah takes another pot while sipping on a green tea shot.
They are nice, and the fact that they have green tea in the name makes you feel healthy. For some reason. It's really weird. It's great play by them, whoever decided on that name.
Man, Nikki was able to introduce me to some drinks that I could actually drink because I've always been very unable to drink alcohol. But when Nikki Limo came, she showed me some drinks that I've been looking for a long time.
I love Nikki.
Yeah, one
Nikki's
of the
so
nicest
fun.
persons.
Yeah, she's so fun. So fun, so smart.
Yeah.
Fun person to be around for sure.
No, I mean, as we were saying earlier, that like humility from very pro players. Jesse Sylvia is one of the guys that it's insane to me how accomplished and good he is, and yet he still is so like humble and just like straight up like, yeah, I don't think I would have played it any differently, even though like he might think otherwise or in a spot, or maybe he really, you know, does think that, but it's just really cool to see.
CHAZ with a blind raise, I believe, to 75. Matt calls with the ace-9. ROOD has the jack-4. Let's see if he decides to play it like Hannah did earlier. Does not.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Fun fold. Eric is going to fold as well.
What's interesting about the CHAZ effect is that a lot of people, as you get deeper, CHAZ is willing to lose 4K. Not many people are willing to lose 4K. So a normal blind raise, you'd want to raise with the hand like maybe ace-9 because you want to target that blind range.
Oh my God.
But it's so hard when you have someone who's so willing to go down all the way. And this is a flop example of that.
Holy moly.
CHAZ flops top pair. He's got a gut shot now. Matt checks back. And CHAZ betting here. And Matt is trying to think if his ace-high is good.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, he actually calls. We are going to a river, and it's going to be a king. And wow, that's an unfortunate river for Matt.
CHAZ betting 200 into a pot of about 300. So now Matt has to think. I thought my ace might have been good on the turn. Is it good on the river now? King comes out, so might have Matt thinking that CHAZ has a king less of the time. So I can see why he's thinking. See what he comes to.
Yeah. The only problem is that CHAZ's blind range does contain a lot of random low pairs that he might bet with, but I think he would check those. So he pretty much only has a flush or a king or a bluff.
I think CHAZ, we actually saw in the hand earlier, had bet a similar situation versus the ace-high got snapped.
Yeah.
I think this is a similar situation like that. And he does get the call from Matt. he does get the call from Matt. CHAZ going to scoop another one.
Are you ready for this?
One step back, one step back.
I play too many hands. Somewhere.
Like, I think he was playing.
Yeah,
Absolutely making it.
good spot for Chaz.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
when you
know.
blind bet, I mean, when you blind raise pre-flop, that's a flop you want to see when you have king 5.
What's up there, Bryson? Good to see you over on the YouTube chat. See Preston, George. What's up, Sadie? Coke Traveler in the chat. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck on the felts, wherever you all may be tonight. You're joining us. Playing online, maybe? Watching us on Twitch. Cheers. What's up? Shout out to the crew. You're here on YouTube.
It's not on you.
Watching. Thanks for hanging out. If you want to try to play on the stream, you can join our email list. You can go to rounderscardclub.com, click on the live stream tab. You'll see a form there. You can submit your information, get on our email list. And if you're ever traveling to the area, you want to try to play, get us your information, and we'll see if we can make it happen. We've had, I believe, about 5 people who have just been traveling through the area coming to San Antonio that they happened to come around a time when we had the stream and they had got to play on stream for the first time.
My boyfriend Drew.
So I enjoy those stories. I'm here for it. If we got a game going, we got some open seats.
Do you know where he got?
Hit us up.
Vegas.
Yeah, no, it's a super fun time, and it's fun to be able to go through YouTube and stuff and see yourself. And
I'm sure they have one.
I remember I used to love going to streams and playing on them, and just like there's like a certain thrill of being on there that adds to the already what is a thrilling game, which is poker, and it adds that whole element to it that you don't find it in a lot of things.
How often are you able to sit in front of a camera here in a setting like this and play cards, be able to remember these moments, have these moments forever to go back and look at and watch?
Making a bluff like this, for example.
Yeah.
Like no one's gonna be able to. No one believes that you made this bluff with the 8-3 offsuit unless
We
they
got
can
it.
see it.
We got it. We will not forget this moment. That moment when Jacob folded his king 9, and we did not know what Chaz had.
Oh, never mind.
This is all in.
About like 10, 11, like the main.
Well, then you never forget the moment when you get shoved on by Chaz.
We will have this forever, and that's the beauty of coming and playing on stream game. You might be able to catch these moments.
There were like.
I like the try by Matt there.
No, then.
It's a tough spot. Multi-way pot, betting out of position. People aren't going to be bluffing much there, and I think Matt probably knows that. Went for it. Just bad timing with whatever Chaz had. We're not really sure.
Yeah.
I think the easiest assumptions here would be Chaz had a 10, decided to go for max value versus flush draws and pairs, or Chaz had a flush draw, and regardless of whether Matt had an overpair or a 10, Chaz, as we saw earlier in the hand with the clubs, is like, let's go for it.
Yeah, and it's very possible Matt didn't have 8-3 because what had happened was that Matt accidentally took Chaz's card. When dealing, he accidentally grabbed Chaz's and put it into his reader, and then gave back Chaz's card, which is why he didn't show Chaz's cards. So he possibly accidentally swiped it. So
yeah,
very likely that Chaz had a 10 there, though. And Chaz raising at 69 in the dark. Nice. Speaking of 69, we're almost at 69 viewers, so let's get to 69 so we can match Chaz's bet here.
It's got a pretty decent hand for a dark raise. Ace 5 off. Hollywood's got the king 7. 2 reds, not suited. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a blind range. King highs are good against blind ranges. Although not with 6 other people behind. Rudy's going to wake up with the dominating hand.
This one here, ace queen. Rudy confirms the blind raise from Chaz. Chaz confirms.
Nice of Chaz to confirm, as he doesn't need to.
Contact.
Looks like Rudy with the call.
Yeah. In position, I'm not against a call with a hand like this. You're still keeping in hands like ace-5 that on ace-high boards are going to pay you off, while also avoiding disaster on other boards.
It's only fair, right? Thanks, Jacob.
Chaz checks. Rudy checks. Wants to see the turn. Nice one for Rudy.
Yeah, that's a great one for Rudy. Although it's hard to get paid, Chaz is kind of sniffing out that Rudy might have a good hand.
Let's see. Rudy puts out a bet, maybe 50 bucks into a pot of 141. Chaz with the snap fold.
Yeah, good recognition by Chaz there.
He was trying to make
Rudy's
me
one of the
cry.
people that might not, call lightly. And Rudy takes down a good pot. Welcome to the chat, Joseph Berg, Joe Berg.
What's up, Bud Light Joe?
Yeah, thank you for the compliment on the background. I believe that was all Drew. It's always all Drew.
Well, no.
This time it wasn't Drew.
No, it's never all Drew. It's a team of people that's a collective that come together to help bring the stream to where it's at now, and definitely are going to continue to be improvements over time. That's a natural evolution of things, but we're really enjoying being here at Rounders and watching these games, being able to be a part, commentate here. And yeah, San Antonio's been really nice. I've been enjoying the river walk. I need to go check out this Japanese tea garden, which looks like a really cool area to go to.
Yeah, I can't believe we haven't gotten any authentic Mexican food or gone to the tea garden, but
that's because I'm too busy eating at Rounders. Honestly, they have a new menu coming out soon, everyone. So for everyone who eats here regularly or you're traveling, there's a new cool menu coming out. My feature item that I think I can leak is this macaroni. It's like a spicy macaroni. I forget what it is.
Oh, I saw someone
mac
eating
and
that.
cheese or something. I don't think they have the new menu out yet, but I'm really excited about that one.
I saw Maddie eating that. Maddie, one of our dealers who has played on stream before. It looked really good. Now you're making me hungry. I have not eaten today.
Rudy raises it up to 15. Hannah 3-bets to 60. We don't know what she has yet. Jacob calls with the Jack-8 suited, and Matt calls with the 6 deuce.
Wow, Matt's getting in the mix. And going back to not eating today, they keep me back here in the commentary booth until 7 p.m. and then after the commentary, I sleep here until the next Thursday.
we let him take a break if anyone ever hits a royal flush.
Exactly.
On stream. So royal flush. Okay, we can go.
So sadly, I look like Matt back here. Matt's picture.
How about now?
All right, so it looks like we're just waiting for the graphics to catch up.
Yeah, just turn it over. That way the camera can see it.
No.
Treetop coming in.
There we go. Looks like we have a new player coming in into seat 3.
300. You thought I was adding on for
Take Fig. You just saw Paul Figlmini, part of our stream team.
No way.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Does he like fig bars?
It's a good question. I might have to ask him, actually.
Got it?
He would have to like fig bars. Although I guess that'd be cannibalism.
And it looks like we are going to the flop. Ace, 8,
Wow.
Jack.
2 pair for Jacob.
They got it?
Jacob likes his flop. We still don't know what Hannah has. Checks to her on the button. We're in a 4-way pot. Rudy doesn't have much. Matt doesn't have much.
I'm leaning towards bluff on Hannah here. What are you thinking?
She could do both. We've been together for a bit now, and I still can't figure out when she's betting. I don't know. She could have it. She could not have it.
Although the sizing doesn't look as bluffy to me.
She bets 165. Now Jacob has 2 pair, out of position to 2 other players. He's going for the raise.
This is a tough spot if he gets re-raised here, as he's going to be committed. But see how Hannah does this. As most of her stack would be committed.
So yeah, the race to 450. Looks like Hannah might have about 1,100 behind. Yep. So she's taking a minute to think. We can't see her cards, so we have to wonder if she has a top pair, a fairly strong draw that she's thinking about calling with here. There's a lot of draws out there. She's trying to decide if Jacob could be doing this with a flush draw, a straight draw. Does he do it with a weak top pair, if she happens to have top pair that might be winning.
Yeah, even sets are going to, like bottom set's going to do this.
Yep.
And the way that she is tanking over this makes me think single ace holding.
And she's going to make the fold. So we don't know what she has. It can be, I think, one of two things. She bet with a pretty big, weak hand on the flop, or she had an ace and decided to give it up there. Rightfully so,
Oh, so I don't
because
know
she's
what
not
I
folding
meant.
two pair. So she might have folded an ace and got away from Jacob's two pair, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's tough. Who knows? I might call there, see what happens on the turn. Pray for another ace so I can give it all to the full house hands.
For sure.
Eric stepping back into the game.
Yeah. George asking or saying, what? He's eaten 4 times already, and he's thinking of a snack now, referencing the fact that I didn't eat. The only food that I had today was the rush of playing poker. You know those days?
I've had that food. Yeah, many years. I've had that food. Wake up, eat poker. Eat some poker right before bed.
Oh yeah, eating poker right before bed is actually one of the worst things you can do. Oh gosh, the apps, the phone apps can just be so brutal when you're about to go to bed and then you turn on like one of the club apps on the phone and suddenly it's 3 a.m. and you haven't eaten and you have work at 7 a.m.
We see CHAZ here with our big stack tonight. And then we got Eric S. behind him with 3K in his stack. CHAZ with 4,800. And then we see some stacks, 1,600 from Matt. Hollywood with a $1,200 stack. And ROOD with a $1,200 stack as well.
Yeah.
Looks like dealer Trent is in the mix, sitting in seat 3, ready to spin it up.
He was just in the chat. He said he was going to be down in 30 minutes. Ended up coming in for the stream. I'm excited to see how he does. I hope he does well. Very nice guy. And often has his family watching as well, which I think is just awesome. I love that kind of support. I think that's huge in poker. And, we often see a lot of people not, specifically not telling their family about it. So it's really cool that he's very sharing about that.
It is nice when you can share that with family and friends. It's cool to be on a stream, live stream here, and everyone being able to see it. It's like, oh, that's my dad on TV, things like that. Playing some poker. Pops like some poker.
Oh, right off the bat, going for the raise, even with CHAZ in the game. I like it.
Trent with the queen 10 off. Definitely a nice hand, a decent hand if you're just sitting down at the table. I don't mind seeing me a queen 10. I'll get in there.
Oh, and CHAZ is actually probably getting a drink at the bar right now, so that's very helpful for him opening here.
We got Hollywood with the king 5. He's in there. And then Richard with the 6-4 suited, also in there. We're going, Jacob with the jack 7 as well. So we got 6 players going to this flop.
Hiding over there on the right. Yeah, I'm rooting for Trent. I just full on commentator bias. I'm always kind of rooting for Trent. I got to root for the guy with the kids watching.
Matt with the top pair. We got a pair for Richard. Not too much for Hollywood. Trent, not too much either. Eric with a gut shot. Gonna throw in the call.
Yeah, and a bit of runner action going on for Eric as well.
Richard's going to get out of the way with the 6-4.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot to see how Trent goes on certain turns. Although this turn, I was going to say, it completes a lot of weird lines. Ace-5 might feel more comfortable now.
Eric's going to bluff at it. Looks like he bets about 100 into a pot of 135. He's going to get Trent to fold.
They usually break, right?
No, I actually.
And Matt calls.
Ooh, and Matt gets the trips here.
See if Eric wants to bluff at it. Does not. Has the pair.
Yeah.
Pick up the pair on the turn, check it down. Hope that your opponent has some sort of missed flush draw, maybe straight draw. Nice hand, Matt.
Yeah, nice comeback.
Trips is good. Trips is good.
You need that to start the comeback. And I saw a good joke in the YouTube chat. Someone says, "Oh, so you are poker fasting," referencing that I took a break for a while. But I think that's a joke that I would make. You know, it goes both ways. Double entendre right there. Now we have 65 viewers. We have CHAZ usually betting 69, but also you only need 67 more subscribers on YouTube to hit our giveaway. It's going to be our special giveaway when we get to 1,000 subscribers, so if you can give us a like and subscribe, it really helps us out. If you want to go check out our other streams as well as our YouTube clips and stuff like that, we post very consistently on YouTube, so definitely give us a like and subscribe and check those out.
5 phones.
Ooh, I was hoping you'd make it.
8 folds.
And on the Twitch chat, PokerStars is rigged for actions message got deleted. So I wonder, the name is a pretty funny.
Jacob coming in with the raise with the 10-8 off to 15. We get a 3-bet from Hollywood with the king-6 suited.
You know, I think that I've only played
I'm
with
surprised Rudy folds to 6-4.
3-bet pot.
I don't ever.
A little bit tougher of a spot there to call,
Yeah,
I think,
well, I
the
mean, I've
suited
gone there a long
connectors.
time.
Jacob's going to stay in, though. Heads up. We're going to see what comes out, go
You
from
still
there.
good there? He lives there. 9 checks.
We got a bunch of queens. Hollywood with the check. He's got the pair of sixes. Jacob checks as well.
Yeah, not a great flop for Jacob here. Not too much going on, although still hit a 10 or 8.
9 checks.
It's kind of a hard spot to bluff on.
Yep, thank you.
50.
Jacob's going to go for it. Bets 50 here. Hollywood makes a quick call. Let's see if Jacob improves on the river to make the best hand, or if he decides to bluff to win this pot.
25 by 9.
Hollywood's going to block bet.
Yeah, I kind of like it, targeting the ace highs.
Bets 25 into a pot of 175.
Ooh.
Raise 130.
Jacob raises to 130. Very strong looking raise by Jacob. I think this may be able to get Hollywood to fold a 6. He does fold Jacob with a crafty play on the river.
Yeah, that was a great play, actually. I really like that play.
He didn't try to fight too hard for it either. He went from 30 to 130. He said call. Picked a very, very cool sizing. So nice hand to Jacob. Hollywood was convinced and folded the best hand.
Jacob's up now.
Not really.
Yep. Jacob's battle.
Hell no.
Jacob has battled from the
No, I
beginning.
ain't playing no online poker, to be honest.
Poker. I don't play. You put money in there.
No. Oh, you play like, was that like Zanga or something?
No, there's like this. I forgot what it's saying.
This coming Thursday, everyone, in 2
Yeah,
days
like-
from now,
No, like the
we
free-
are
It's
going
free
to be
poker
having a
cards.
20K guaranteed monster stack event here at Rounders. 60,000 starting
This
chips.
one's the actual poker.
Oh.
You will accumulate points towards Hendon Mob, your live caches.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of players out there looking for stuff like that. Rounders is bringing you the tournaments. You can build your Hendon Mob here. This is our weekly Tuesday cash game.
Professional?
Playing
Shit's
some
went
1-2 with some
I work for a
straddles.
living. I work for Oracle.
Oh, vacuum. Right?
Yeah.
Jacob's going to wake up with kings here.
Very nice. Jacob's had some playable hands tonight for sure. This is a nice one.
No, Oracle's
Yeah, he's made a
the
huge
other,
comeback. I mean, being in the green now is
Yeah.
pretty insane after how it
Oh,
started.
with like a spectrum or something?
Yeah. It's like a
Like
tech.
Verizon spectrum.
90.
Eric raises to 20 with the Queen 7 suited.
Oh,
Jacob makes
that
it
was close, that was
90.
close.
Richard looks like he wanted to play that one. I don't blame him. He's banging the table there. He had the 10-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, Queen 7 suited.
I feel you, my friend.
Yeah,
That is a
I know.
tough one. And then Eric decides to let go of the Queen 7 suited. Jacob's going to pick up the pot.
Oh, and welcome to the chat, Miss McNabb over here. I believe, I'm not sure if you're Trent's wife, but it says Trent's kids asleep, but we'll show them tomorrow. That's awesome. I hope he does well.
Well,
Hopefully he gets to Chaz's stack through this 300. It's definitely possible.
What's up there, Miss McNabb? Yes, if that is you. Cheers.
Oh, so what?
I got a
He's
good
played on
feeling
stream a
about
couple
this.
times. He played some of our tournaments as
So
well
I'm a sales rep there.
before
Account manager.
that we've run.
Computer stuff?
Yeah, he's just also a really nice guy.
And Jen.
Off the felt, for sure.
Just timing out.
What do you do? Oh, you fix
Jamil
it.
says 1-2 is never
He is
1-2
the
at Rounders.
VP of
This is
sales.
basically 5-10.
Oh,
And
so he doesn't fix
the
it, he
straddles
just
do
sells
add
it.
up, for sure. In Texas, I've noticed a lot of
Threatens
places,
you to buy new room.
they like to play deeper stacked, and I like it too. It's just not typical. The games play definitely smaller in a lot of the casinos that I've been to up and down the East Coast.
I'm back.
Even Vegas.
Ooh, Hannah.
Hannah has the Jack 10 coming in for a raise. Looks like she's going for it.
And I don't know if you saw Jacob's eyes there, but his eye just went up
Oh, right,
in
there's a first one
surprise
that's infinite.
You lost it.
over the raise.
Now.
Hollywood with the 6-4 suited.
True. Look, it is
Looks
what
like
it is, all
he
right?
is going
Live a
to
hard
make the
life.
call.
Dang.
The 145, and then now
On the
Eric with
shot?
the ace-8 suited, so he's got a decision as well. He's got a pretty
Jen,
hand.
every time you step away, you have to buy us a drink.
You know the thing?
Yeah.
I've already bought 2 rounds. I'm
That's a lot.
my credit card got declined in the last one.
Tapping out.
What? Oh. Yeah, no, that's her job. I tip her to do that.
You haven't tipped me. You tipped me one time.
It's at the end.
All right. So we are going heads up. Eric has folded. Hannah with the
Wow.
Jack 10. Hollywood flops a pair and a straight draw. Hannah with
No,
a couple
that's not bad.
overs.
That's the tip to you. I'm asking if she.
And it looks like they might also be playing red or black.
And Hannah's going to fire here. Let's see what she decides. Looks like about
Did I
half
miss all the
pot.
action while I was gone or what?
Nope.
Yeah, it's a really good
No?
flop for Hollywood here.
No, there was a
So-
maniac that was betting blind.
Looks like she bets
are winning. Is that
135.
what's going on here?
Yeah, we've
And
worked it all
that's
Am I
out.
what Hollywood
being,
wants to see. We
waited
know he's
on?
not folding. Looks like he is
Put a
carving
plan
out a
together.
call. He does.
Oh, here comes Char. Dude, Hannah, I really appreciate you buying this round. That was super nice. That was super
Yeah, this is
nice.
definitely one of the better flops you're going to have with the 6-4, but that turn is not your favorite. Now you're losing to a lot of hands.
Flush gets there. Hannah does have the 10 of diamonds. And Hollywood's carving out a bet. Trying to decide. Looks like he's going to land on 275.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot for Hannah because her 10 of diamonds probably a lot of the time is not going to be good even if she hits a diamond.
Oh, what's up?
And you're never really sure what you're going to be up against.
Chasing you.
I think my more likely candidates, if I were Hannah, if I were thinking about what might be betting on this turn, somewhere on the lines of like pocket 8s, pocket 7s, possibly with a diamond.
Burning, going
But also
down.
sometimes already made flushes, which can be a problem.
She's thinking here. She might be thinking about bluffing. She might not believe Hollywood.
Am I?
She's got 822 in her stack right now. Decides to let it go.
Yeah, I like
My
the
dad's
fold.
side of the family was all
Yeah,
hillbillies.
I think
So,
it is a pretty easy fold.
What's the hill do?
Tough spot. What are you going to do? It is tough. You want to believe sometimes, oh man, could they be bluffing here? If I hit my diamond,
there
then
are
I'm going to
different
get paid.
definitions of
Could
a
I have the
hillbilly.
best
That's like
hand?
there's different qualifications.
Sometimes you just have to
So the way I
Hollywood
define
a little
it
bit.
is-
And
Is that
So my dad's side of
and
the
then
family's
fold
hillbilly,
too.
so they have
is
a-
that?
they own a
Wait,
hill.
did you?
They literally own like a piece of land. And it's a
Was
hill.
that a pun on his name?
And
Hollywood?
Oh no!
Oh,
Actually,
really?
That was not an intentional
And at the
pun
top of
there.
the hill is the
Dang, I
oldest
wish it was. I wish I
generation.
could take credit.
As that generation dies off, they all just become bums.
Dang, I thought you were getting the pun bug
I
from me.
This is literally what it is.
Unfortunate.
I'm gonna choose to believe it. 'Cause it's
Chaz, our biggest winner so far tonight, up 3,800.
The
Behind
elder
him, we got
at the top
Rude,
still.
Jacob, and Richard.
Yeah.
Also in the
that's it.
green
So they
at
all
this
just, like,
point of the game.
They just spook up
Chaz
the hill
has
as
almost
the
all the
generation
winnings.
dies
It's
off. They've been
insane.
that way for a long time.
You forgot
And then like when a child has like a kid, you know, like one of them old enough to have a kid at like 16, They move into the bottom.
That's
house.
funny that you said you got a Hollywood a
Looks like
bit
they're
without when Hollywood
The
wins
way you
the
grew up,
the hand there.
Yes.
Family Hill. Yeah, Family
Scott,
Hill.
you're skipping the injury. Hillbilly is this injury.
I wasn't even gonna go there.
Yeah.
Oh, is that where hills
Looks
have
like we
eyes
got
somehow?
a straddle 250
I'm not sure
I
where
don't
you
know.
guys.
and
My dad's side of the
Matt's hand. I think with the toss there might have got red. Okay, so he does fold because it looks like it might have been the seven of clubs.
I've never seen the movie.
So he got
I
a different card, but he
loved going
folds.
up there as a kid.
We got
Yeah.
Because it's just like it's all just,
Richard
like,
here with the
forest
queen
and
10
shit. So you
offsuit.
go up there and you would just like
And Chaz was
have fun, like, just, like,
at the
making
bar
your
or
own
something,
good time,
but
you know, 'cause there was a bunch of kids there. So.
instantly
Carry this story out. I mean, this is for real.
That's a real
gets to
story,
the $50 straddle, which is
Sounded
pretty
like
funny.
you're constructing a joke.
Looks
No,
like
I know,
Rudy
they're
is
all
coming
over
in
it.
for a call with the king 10.
Billy Chance.
Don't blame him. Eric and Hannah fold. Jacob folds, and now it's on Chaz. And he checks
I also found out I'm
with
0.4%
the ace
African.
4. Has the best hand currently.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't think he's looked yet.
Super South African.
It's actually not South Africa. It's from a specific spot, but I forgot where it was.
Senegalian.
I'm
Check.
5% Swahili.
Chaz picks up a pair. Rudy with 2 overs decides to
My
check.
dad used to tell me I was like that he was a quarter Cherokee. Turns out that was bullshit. I grew up my entire life thinking I was like 12% Cherokee. But my dad was like very, very dark, which makes no sense.
Rudy's going to fight for it.
He didn't,
Throws out 35.
he didn't tan very easily.
Rudy's going to need a king or a 10
It's probably that.
to make
when
the
I was
best
in,
hand.
when I was in
He had the
kindergarten,
lifetime tanning
Check.
salon.
When I was in
Chaz checks
kindergarten, I
again.
used
Let's
to
see if
literally
Rudy
see my
wants
dad
to bet.
black.
He does not.
in kindergarten, I drew a
He's
family.
going to show down
I
his
drew a
king
family
high, and
portrait,
Chaz is ace
and I
4
drew
is
my
going to
dad
win.
black.
Yeah,
So
and I
was
think he's
like,
going to get called so often there, so I like the check back.
It's like, no, it's the mailman.
Chaz talking about how he thought he was
You know what? That's
25%
probably-
Cherokee for a long
That's
time.
probably what it was.
He was like,
He's like,
okay,
uh-oh.
we can never let Chaz go.
Yeah.
Because he loves the mail.
See, that's a laugh you don't forget right there.
Scott too. Scott's getting red or Hollywood.
Yeah, that's tough, dude. You know what? That probably actually.
Yeah, they're always having a fun time on the stream.
And it didn't click until now, dude.
Even like Richard, like as soon as he came down to the table, he was just laughing, and it's his first time on stream. He was just laughing and having a blast with people I don't know if he's played with, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
I know that guy too.
I'm not sure, but assuming this is Richard's first time playing on
Oh,
stream,
everybody loves the mailman.
looks like he's enjoying it. Got a fun crew with him tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Chad's going red now when he laughs, so you know they've been drinking a few too many green tea shots,
We're gonna four?
which is usually where it picks up. So let's see where the next 20 minutes lands them.
Really? You working late on Wednesday?
Fortunes can definitely change here. Hopefully, still gonna give my bias to Trent here.
Eric folds the Jack 9. One of the cards bounce up. And it looks like folds to Jacob. Chaz has the straddle.
Nah, okay, you
I
gotta
haven't
earn
looked
the
yet.
pot.
I haven't looked yet.
You gotta earn the pot, though. I mean, I have the worst hand.
Jacob's going to fold here. He's got his cards up.
Oh, that was a fun hand too.
Yeah, like,
That was a 4-betting hand.
yeah, for sure.
Chaz says that was a 4-bet hand with the 10-7 of spades. I like it.
Yeah, I had ace queen. Yeah.
Top of Chaz's blind range.
Queen. Queen 4. Oh.
Yeah, one of the better ones that he's had tonight. One of the better ones. He's in for the straddle here. We are at 1-2-50. We are at 1-2-50, everybody. We got about 20 minutes left in tonight's stream.
Yeah.
If you're enjoying, please don't forget to smash the like button, hit subscribe to show your support. And yeah, thanks for chilling with us. Hope you're enjoying the poker action tonight.
The mystery.
Chaz is in. I don't know if he's going to look at this one either. He's probably going to wait to see what the action is. Yep, wrong. He looked.
Yeah, I think it's a raise, right? Not a. I think he's blind raising and not straddling.
Oh, hi, man.
Because I think last time on stream they decided that they wanted to cut down the amount of the straddle.
Central.
I remember you Chan talking about it.
Folds around to Trent.
I don't think she actually works
Folds
there.
as well. Eric on the button. Not too much.
Yeah, Yeah, that's the
Hannah
spot.
played her 9-8 offsuit earlier, aggressively.
Shadow. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
She decides to play this one for 50.
Yeah, and this is a great spot to pick up ace king.
Jacob with another nice hand.
Those are
Makes it 240, it looks like.
Yeah, I might go a little bigger, although
Matt's
definitely a
in
lot
there.
of limps.
Matt's in there with the 7-5 clubs.
yeah.
Oh, wait, that's the blind, right?
Yeah.
Hannah thinking about if she wants to continue.
I really do keep forgetting the like I'm used to a restart, right?
So how did they know the cards for dealt unless? So what that is there is this is on a delay, and the cards are not registered until the end of the hand. So by the time the delay goes through, the cards have already been registered because we do not see the cards in real time. So it's actually a good thing that it shows. It's just getting overlaid the hand once all the data is compiled at the end of the hand. So when we get to you on the delay, that's how somebody might have not already got their hand or just getting dealt, and the cards are showing what they are.
Well, is it really?
Yeah, it really is. I'm surprised. Yeah. SAPP.
Jacob with a gut shot.
Yeah, this is an interesting flop. I feel like this is the kind of flop you get a lot when you raise ace king.
100%. This is an ace-king flop for sure. Matt with the 7-5 clubs. Got some backdoor draws.
Wow.
Makes the call. Hannah has the bottom end of a gut shot with her 8-9 offsuit. She would need a jack, but if she did call and hit her jack, Jacob is going to make Broadway the monster straight.
Yeah, and she can never feel too comfortable if she hits a 9 or an 8, so she does get out of the way.
Yep. So she does fold. We got heads-up action going to the turn. Matt is looking to improve his hand with a club or a low card, and he gets the club.
Ooh. Action card here.
She was. And she's off.
Jacob with top pair, top kicker now. So he wants to proceed. 1,100 in the pot.
No.
He bets 250. Matt is quickly in there with the call.
I did.
And we are going to a river.
Yeah, 5 outs from Matt here. It would be a super disguised backdoor straight. I mean flush.
Jacob improves to trips and checks.
Ooh, and Matt goes all in.
Matt goes all in fairly quickly. He has 7 high. He knows what he wants to do. He knew what he was going to do. That was a quick decision. Now, max pressure on Jacob. Jacob bet twice, and then Jacob checks the river. Matt identifies that as weakness, decides to go max pressure. Jacob makes the call, though. And before Matt even gets all his chips out there, he gets called by Jacob. Jacob with the ace-king.
Yeah, unfortunate spot. At least he tried for that bluff. I mean, that bluff is very gutsy.
Matt is not trying to get an ace to fold there. Matt's trying to get a queen to fold there. Maybe a weak ace. The flush comes in on the river as well. So, you know, maybe there are some cases where he can get a player to fold an ace or a queen or a 10 that may have bet the turn.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's hard to find bluffs when I think about Matt's shoving range on the river. Like, I think and that's why Jacob took such a long time. It really is a hard call to make. But good-handed Jacob getting up to 2,300 in profit now after a very, very hard start. Fortunate for Matt. I still really like the bluff attempt.
Yep, definitely don't blame him. With 7 high there, you want to go for it. It seems like your opponent doesn't have that strong of a hand. You got to go for it, man. Unfortunately, this time it did not work out because Jacob just had too strong of a hand. Too strong of a hand to fold.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen crazier river folds by, you know, various players. It just happened to be that Jacob really did have the top of his range there.
Well, you live in
a menu, please.
I just realized you guys.
I need to vote.
We have a good oh well, never mind. You want
those cards? Both? Yes. Those are yours, Jacob.
Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out with us tonight. We hope you're enjoying the show. My name is Drew, aka Bet on Drew. I am here with Ethan, aka Snowy, Snowy HSS on Twitter.
30 minutes.
We're bringing you the action live from San Antonio, Texas, at Rounders Card Club.
This fucking game sucks.
If you're enjoying the stream, the commentary, our players tonight, the action,
Y'all can keep playing, but the live stream.
please don't forget to hit the like button, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it'd be huge. I mean, even if you don't like us, subscribe to us so you can come into the chat
Same old Scott.
and you know, hate on us, but you're still supporting us. It's a middle ground, you know. It's a benefit. It's a win-win situation.
I don't know what the fuck you make out of that chest.
5 calls.
Looks like a okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna gamble with this shit fucking hand.
Hollywood would saying, sometimes he just wants to gamble.
Yeah, and Hannah
Check
calling here in the button with 8 deuce off.
Make sure we get this correct.
Hannah getting it in. She might know that the stream is approaching
50.
the
Who
end.
goes there?
You said
She wants to get in there and play some hands.
You
He
wanna go
did- he
again?
did say check.
She's had a rough night. She's
What?
had a
Checks.
lot of
What?
bad
Check
cards
card.
she's had to fold. She's made some moves,
Did I check
try to
mark
kind of
zero?
stay in the action.
9 check.
One of them worked out with the 8-9 offsuit.
Wow.
The other one with the 8-9.
Somebody
didn't
was
work.
the
Somebody
angle.
gets a raise.
Badass angle.
Go ahead.
That's crazy.
Somebody bet.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Everything in the dark.
Eric with the second pair on the ace, king,
Four check.
ace.
5 calls.
Flop, decides to check.
Your daughter's hooping.
Control it here.
League.
Chaz has ace-8 of clubs, so he's got a
Is she in
monster.
a league or she for school or what?
She was playing
Check.
in college. Yeah, she's playing in college, but yeah, it's just a club.
Decides to
team.
try to get him to bluff at it.
Right.
Yeah.
Eric might think his hand is best at this
Yeah,
point versus a double check.
Colleges. They play like
Yeah, you don't expect Chaz to double check here very often.
The club level,
Mm-hmm.
not the NCAA level.
You also don't expect Chaz to not raise an ace pre-flop.
That's going well.
They're pretty good. I don't
Eric
think they
bets
lost
40.
They beat those schools that I mentioned.
Wow, and Hannah calls it the 8 deuce. What do you think her plans are here? Heart?
It's, if you're calling with the 8 deuce here, it's to bluff the river. Looking for either a diamond or a heart to try to take it away. It's going to be tough, though, with Chaz's exact holdings to win this hand. If it was heads up versus the king 5, she might have a better chance.
She'd rather practice 2 days a week.
Chaz is being sneaky with this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, and Hannah might. Okay.
All right, she decides to check, and she knows. She slides it in.
That's weird.
And Chaz is ordering off the menu as he wins $150.
Yep. He's like, ah, good, I just paid for dinner.
Pay for everyone's dinner.
Mine was obvious. That's why I said mine.
We got a question in the YouTube chat for you, Drew. What's the new hair color for 2023?
You know what? I do not have any plans for it. I think it's probably still stay the same.
You want it?
Rock and purple.
I'll get it right now. You want it?
I didn't know the best.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'll
You
be
need another
changing it. I kind of like it. So we'll ride it out until I get bored.
How many bucks?
What hair color would you think suit me?
Oh man, that's tough. I don't know. You just have to experiment. That's how it started for me. Yeah.
I don't know if I really enjoy my natural hair color, but
How many ball pots are
you know, I've always wondered what it would look like with blue. I know my girlfriend has purple highlights.
What's up there, 5 kids watching us on YouTube? How's it going, Raul? Thanks for the question. Tonight, Chaz sat down to the table with $1,000 in this 1-2 game. He has 5x that. He's sitting on a little bit over 5,000 in chips right now. We got Jacob not too far behind him, sitting on 4,700. Jacob in for a couple of buy-ins at first, though. Had to lose some to win some. Story of poker. Jacob's living it tonight on stream. Richard looks down at the ace, king of diamonds. An exciting hand to see.
We don't use these cards anymore.
Richard is going to come in for a raise, it looks like.
That's how you know.
Yeah, first raise, so we'll see how it gets,
I'm out of money.
what the response is here.
I'm saving it all for later.
40, 3, 4, 5 folds. Raise to 40.
Later, I'll give you one.
Richard
Oh.
comes in for 12,
That would never play
folds
this
to
shit.
Jacob, and Jacob raises, looks like to 40 or 50 with the pocket sixes, 40.
Yeah, very surprised to see that.
Hollywood
I
calls.
might want to play more hands.
Yeah, what happened?
It's like his fourth
And Rich wants more money for this
You
hand.
trying to get one or what?
Yeah, I know he's playing some strong stuff.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so
Pretty cheap
3 bets
for
to 40,
Yeah,
and
right there.
Richard looks like he is just going to call with the ace king of diamonds. He's going to evaluate post flop, go from there.
Food,
Alright,
May I
alright.
have the grilled chicken sandwich with everything
Alright,
on it?
alright.
Yeah, I mean, he's up like 120 right now, so it would suck to lose profit at the end of the stream.
It's okay, bro.
You can use it in Alaska, not in San Antonio. That's it.
Interesting flop here.
Anything you want.
Yeah, you can have one.
We're good.
Ace king flop, gut shot,
Jack.
2 overs. Richard's got a backdoor flush draw as well.
Grilled chicken sandwich.
Jacob is going to continue his aggression with the pocket sixes. Looks like he's betting about 45 into a pot of 121. Hollywood's going to let go of his 6 high, and then now Richard has a decision to make. Does he want to continue with his ace king? He says yes.
And then shots.
8 of diamonds
Wow.
on the turn. Richard picks up the
One
nut
sheet for
flush
me.
draw.
Anyone else?
Yeah. And, oh, he says all in. I was
He
gonna
goes
say
all in.
He's been hounding.
this is a great spot for his image. I was gonna say for something like this, and
He gets the best hand to fold.
If
A lot of
anything, you have a
outs, a
draw.
lot of outs.
I
He
did.
had
So
2
be it.
overs. The diamonds, the 10 gives him a straight. He shows the ace king of diamonds.
Jake, you want an orange tea?
And Jacob, not going to be calling with the sixes there much. But he makes an easy fold. Nice hand to Richard.
Eric, you get a shot or what?
Head down, I gotta get up early.
No, he ordered.
So yeah?
Takes it down with the worst hand, the prettiest hand of the 2, I would say, but the
That's
worst
yes.
hand.
That's the
Does anyone not want a shot?
I don't.
If you're gonna
You
be
don't.
back here tomorrow,
Okay, you want? Yes,
then I'll be well, bro.
Take one. Yeah, Michael, take
I
mine.
can take one or no?
I'd rather not.
Okay, you're good. You're good. 1, 2, 3.
I'm leaving as soon as we finish.
Why do you have to get up early?
I have,
What do you do for work?
Here we go. Chaz putting in the work tonight. 71% VPIP. Means he has played 71%
Yeah, I can get up,
of his
drunk
hands.
for my job at least.
Yeah.
Jacob over half of his hands.
3 out of 4 hands Chaz is playing.
You owe me a shot.
It
I don't wanna hear that.
lubricates my speaking
I'm
ability.
not gonna hear win or lose. I'm trying to hear if you owe me a shot.
Okay.
Richard's still stacking his chips from the last pot.
Not right now.
Rood looks down
Back in the
5s,
day when
wants to
basic
play.
training-
I'm a new
I mean,
man.
not basic training. When
New
we
man.
were young.
New year,
He's
new
in
man.
for 15.
I only drink a shot every 20 minutes.
And folds the king 9 in middle position. Folds around to Hannah, who also folds.
My son was in the Marines. And he's
Jacob
like,
with a tower of chips now. In there for 15.
I don't know, we just ran-
Yeah,
never
Jacob
ran.
running really hot now, being up what 2,600 or so now,
Also, my money back. Come on.
which is a great comeback.
Heads up,
Yeah.
1-on-1.
Yeah, we're going to the flop. Heads up. Rood versus Jacob.
I'll sweat. That's what we're all aiming to hit.
Wow.
Set
Well
of
said here.
5s for Rudy.
Is that my range or his?
Some overcards for Jacob. Let's see how Rood wants to extract value. Will it be through a bet or a check? He decides check. He decides maybe bet, check. Jacob checks as well.
Your cards. Oh. My bad.
Jacob picks up a
Ooh.
gut shot.
This could be a brutal river. I was gonna say brutal.
Rudy got a bet. Jacob snaps.
Still not your favorite run out as Rudy here.
Slides to check. Let's see if Jacob wants to bluff at it. He's got 10 high. The flush gets in there. 83 bucks in the pot. Jacob's going with 80 bucks.
Yeah, pot size bet.
Nice
Good
bet.
call.
Rudy makes the call.
Yeah.
Got to
Good.
do it.
That's good. I think that's okay.
That's
Come
not
on.
a
And Rudy
Oh, shit.
potentially gets max value there.
Come on.
Very nice hand, Rudy. He's going to scoop this $243 pot.
Nice hand, Rudy.
Damn.
Next time I felt like I was gonna give away something.
I know, me too.
There you can see our winnings so far. CHAZ up to 5,000 now off $1,000 buy-in, doing what he usually does. Jacob, initially having been down 1,400, is now up 2,100. Rudy pretty much doubled up his stack, and Richard also as well pretty much doubled up his stack. Couple unfortunate nights for people who are no longer with us on the table, but I'm sure they'll get it back next time.
George Nino on Twitter, my man says, did Richard really raise? Ace King of Diamonds, that's a nice one, right? He was getting some not so nice hands there for a while. I feel like Richard's been doing the best he can given the cards. Ace King of Diamonds, that's a pretty one. We all know we want to raise that one.
3, 4,
Definitely in the.
Hi, Hannah.
I'm in the big. I'm in the big.
Are you in the big pool
I'm
now?
a little bitty piece.
You're in the big pool now?
Jacob's in with the Ace-4 off.
But at least I know where I'm at.
Race to 35.
CHAZ folds. Hollywood's in there. Hollywood's playing a bunch of hands tonight. He's got about 45% VPIP.
Yeah, and raises the 8 deuce.
I like it. Raises to
What's
35.
up with 8 deuce tonight?
8 deuce is getting some action tonight. A little bit more than usual. Usually shadowed by the 7 deuce.
Yeah.
8 deuce getting some spotlight tonight. I dig it.
It's weird how every stream we have a different bad hand that people choose, but everyone chooses it. Like they can't see each other's hands, you know. And 8 deuce is the one tonight.
Jacob's got the best hand. He checks. See if Hollywood wants to continue to tell this story.
40 by
Yeah, and he does.
6, 4.
Nice hand to Hollywood there.
If he really was good.
Doing a bit of Hollywood.
Yep. I like it. Did he show it? Feels like a spot to show it.
I don't think he showed it.
Okay.
How much?
She's at her entire stack.
We got 10, 20 up front.
Sounds good, Nino. We will see you Thursday. We got the 20,000 guaranteed monster stack event
Are we near the end of the
here at
stream?
Rounders.
Yeah, we have
240 buy-in. 6 o'clock start.
Is that what's going to be on stream or?
Nope.
Can you
We will
blind
be
raise
playing our
even if I
1-2
don't
cash game
straddle?
on stream.
Or would I have
Okay,
to-
cool.
if you-
Well, last one was
I have to
crazy.
straddle,
Yep.
You would have
Yep.
to raise, and that would.
Jacob, who's having a good night
So
tonight,
I would
will
have
be
to
joining us again on Thursday.
Oh, and CHAZ is putting out what we call some rooms a sleeper bet.
A $350 blind raise, it looks like.
Yeah, and the reason it's a sleeper bet is that it needs to go through 4 people until it gets to him, but
Gets shut
decides
down.
not to.
Look at that.
Well, he
Seems like you can't straddle three positions off in middle
From
from the button.
Some games that I used to play in did allow sleeper bets.
Don't be a big
Wait,
daddy.
another straddle?
Big father.
Big father.
Jacob with a very playable ace queen.
I tried to
Now
get
he's
some-
like, please put back the 350. Then again, he doesn't really want to blow up a pot too fast with a hand like this.
CHAZ with the 8-7 suited. This is a pretty one.
Yeah, it's a really good 4-bet or 3-bet or a call hand. Works both ways.
He's in there for the 55 raise. Rude with a pretty 7-4. Suited. He's going to let it go.
But they were suited though.
And it folds around, it looks like, to a hand with the Jack-8.
Yeah, you want all the glasses?
I don't think she's gonna play this hand though.
She wants to see a flop.
We
She's
just gotta
going to
reposition
call.
that screen.
And we go 3 ways to the flop.
No gamble, no future. A lot of outs have been folded for all of them.
Chris Beard has not been reinstated.
Jacob in a commanding lead here going into the flop.
Yeah,
He has
but he-
$4,444. I love seeing numbers like that.
He always does.
I don't know why.
What's going on over there? Yeah, I don't blame you.
All right, we got King, Queen, 9 on the flop.
Not completely.
Jacob picks up second pair with a nice kicker. Hannah has a gut shot.
Engaged to. He's pretty heavy.
Yeah, curious to see if Hannah continues here. Does have 4 outs.
116 points. Jesus Christ.
Jacob bets an amount. She might want to try and spike this 10 on the turn. She does call.
Yeah, it is a good price to try to spike a 10.
Basketball.
It can get you in tricky spots as we saw with the 7-5 earlier, where partly you also want to bluff this spot.
We have got
since you have that jack.
And a check. It's on Jacob now.
Grand slam, grand slam, grand
He
slam.
decides to check as well.
That it?
Maybe bluff catch on the river.
Yeah.
And Hannah does miss her straight. So the only way she can win is if she bets. Jacob's got to think he has the best hand at this point.
Six. I've got ace queen.
She checks. Jacob checks his ace queen. He's going to take down this pot.
Dang. This went from the chat show to the Jacob show for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It did. I thought we were hooked
Well,
on
if
the
I kept
CHAZ
350,
effect thing. Now it's
you
going to be
would
Jacob
shove or
effect.
something, probably.
Yeah.
Jacob momentum. We'll think of another one for you,
That's
Jacob.
an
All right. You're going to have to wait. We're on CHAZ effect right now.
Yeah, I mean, Chaz hasn't really been losing the last few times, but Jacob, for the last 2 or 3 streams, he starts off bad, but then gets this momentum and he goes all the way up. So I definitely like the Jacob momentum idea. But I got to think about a pun that I can use with Jacob here. I'm trying my best.
Don't think too hard.
It's, dude. I'll go to my house and I'll just think, what pun could I use in this spot?
Like that or what?
Was Jameson
Jacob with another playable hand.
No, that's not pineapple.
First to act, Queen Jack offsuit. He's going to raise it up to 20.
Yeah.
Chaz has a Chaz special, 10-6 off.
I got a decent one. Jacob B raising, because his last name initials B.
I haven't looked yet. Well, I just
Oh.
looked. When I called, I hadn't looked.
Boo.
I called blind.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Looks like it folds around to Hannah, who makes
it's
the
still showing.
call
Big memory pop.
with the
Zoom
Queen
in.
3. She was in
that mirror
straddle for 5.
Love it.
Or 15. The raise was to 15. All right, currently Jacob with the best hand, actually dominating 2 of the other hands.
Oh, I took it.
No one flops anything.
That's yours?
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't take yours for real?
Queen Jack in the lead here,
I
actually.
ordered him one.
What, mine?
Maybe we should bring it up.
That's a bad beat.
Is there another one laying around somewhere?
Hannah
Oh.
checks.
I don't want to drink
Actions on Jacob. He's
it
going to continue his aggression.
Well, actually, just-
Betting
just let him know.
30. Chaz with nothing
Yeah.
remains.
I know, you just-
An easy fold. Hollywood's out of there.
I'm leaving right
There was a
after
big
this.
miscommunication. I
Now
drank
it's
3.
on Hannah.
She didn't get a shot.
See if she's going to make a
I
play
think
at
she
this.
left it for me.
No, I got my shot and he fucking drank my shot.
Yeah.
No, I ordered him one.
Okay, well,
I ordered him
And
Hey, don't
he
take
took
it out
the
on me.
shot, and then
You
he
took
took
2?
my shot.
Hannah makes the fold with the worst hand. Jacob's going to pick
Finish
up a
the
nice
hand
pot.
and don't take it out on me, okay?
Throw your chips
Oh,
in.
I don't know.
Get up and serve.
Eric, did you take one?
I did, because it was.
Oh, you told me you didn't want one.
Yeah, I know, but it was bad.
We got a fun group here tonight.
Yeah, they keep ordering shots. It gets crazy at this game. It's funny because it's not just a stream thing. They do this all the time at the 125 table. Just get rounds and rounds and rounds of shots for everybody.
I was just as confused as you were. I was like, oh, is that mine? Like, someone like
At one
pointed
point,
it out and was like,
my,
oh, is that mine?
Sleep schedule, I would wake up around 3 or 4 a.m. just to come when when everyone was like a little green tea shotted up.
Okay, yeah.
Chaz here is gonna be what I think is gonna be blind raising 100.
Looks like it. Jack Deuce, one of his better blind raise hands tonight that he's woken up with.
I was trying to get you up.
I like on the front, I shot like a
We got
41
1, 2,
and I had a
5.
triple.
And
Yeah.
blind raise, yeah, to
Yeah.
100.
My short game is just so atrocious.
Man, you bombed off the tee. I wasn't expecting that. You had this
Yeah.
like little short backswing.
Chaz
So
definitely
efficient.
loosening people up with these kind of plays.
The lower base.
An interesting spot for Trent.
Trent's got a decent hand.
Yeah,
Decides to fold though. Tough spot versus a big blind all-in raise.
super
Or not
tough.
all-in raise, but raise for a 30 or stack.
This is a lot easier of a spot for Hannah though.
She has ace queen. Yep, this is a nice one.
Get him. Get him.
Yeah, especially when you know you're gonna get called by Chaz.
No, I love it.
I don't know if Chaz knows what he has yet, but he has made the call.
Oh,
He probably has not looked at his hand.
I don't look when I have
Give him.
Chaz
Ooh.
jumps into the lead with the deuce.
Hold on, but I don't remember my suit though.
She hits her
Oh,
queen.
queen. Only a jack or deuce to save Chaz.
And it is a 10.
Queen,
Nice hand to Hannah there.
Yes.
Yeah, you got him.
Hannah flips over the queen first.
Nice.
Oh,
And then the ace. So Chaz is going to double up Hannah. Looks like Hannah had just under 400 bucks. So she picks up a nice pot. Starts swinging the other way.
Where's my fucking shoe?
If
You guys
it
are
is
robbing
before
me.
my time,
Like,
there ain't no way that a song made like in my
Chaz still going to be a big winner on the night.
Yeah,
3,500 bucks.
a ton.
Jacob up 2,300. Root up 670. Richard up 279. After a very nice ace-king hand.
There's also
Yeah, and Eric and Trent not down too much. Trent tried his hand at trying to do some damage with this 300, but couldn't get any hands going. Hannah, unfortunately, she wouldn't be down if it weren't for the Jack 4-10 deuce spot, but
Yeah, you owe her more.
honestly, she was able to keep it pretty close to almost breaking even after that.
I could have sworn I saw you with one in your
because
hand.
last time I checked, I have less money in my pocket than I.
How does that work?
Ladies and gentlemen, still here hanging out with us. Big reminder, this Thursday, 20K guaranteed monster stack event here at Rounders. $240 buy-in, 60,000 chips. We're starting at 6 o'clock and late registration runs until 9:45 p.m. This tournament will be registered on your Handed Mob, so you can build that. Have fun. I'm pretty sure we're going to crush this guarantee. I'm assuming it's probably going to get up to 30K in the prize pool. People have been playing tournaments lately, so this is a fun one. If you want to start with a bit of a bigger stack,
Yeah.
want to battle for that 20K prize pool, we will see you Thursday.
Yeah, what's nice about those is that the re-entries are only 200, so, you know, re-entries,
Very manageable field for sure.
yeah,
You'll be happy if you're up early in the morning, shipping the tournament.
yeah.
Picking up probably in that tournament, first place is going to be around 8K or so.
Yeah,
8K maybe?
Yeah.
First place in the 20K monster stack.
really depends on how many. So we had 280 people for the one we just did on Sunday, and first was 12,000. Same buy-in, so if we were to get up to that many buy-ins, we could see a pot as big as that.
He got it back to back. He
Chaz with 6 high versus Hollywood. Hollywood with a gut shot. A double gutty. He's going to throw out a bet.
Oh, it didn't show us a replay.
Chaz makes an easy fold, but not too much. 6 high, no draws, nothing. All over cards.
All right, 4-card bomb pot. How much?
Oh, we're here?
They're doing the bomb pot. It is bomb pot time.
And if you are new to the stream, 4-card bomb pot also means last hand of the night. Are we doing 2 or 1?
Looks like we're doing 2 bomb pots tonight.
All right.
We're gonna see if people can lose some stacks here in 2 hands.
Oh, fortunes can change really quickly.
They really
PLO
can.
bomb pots,
I've played some of my biggest pots in some PLO bomb pots.
as well as have I. I mean, they go absolutely hard. Especially the Annies are going to be bigger in this game.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Right? It's fair. That's all.
Okay.
You drank my
And
shit.
Relic Slay says, my local casino sucks when it comes to turnings. Wish I was closer.
How much is it?
Flights are pretty cheap to San Antonio, Texas.
Yep, off season it feels like.
Make it 10.
Check it out. If you come to, or you want to come to Rounders, we do have a deal on the Rounders website for lodging. It's less than a half a mile down the street at the Drury Inn. So when I've had friends come through, like for the last South Texas Poker Championship we had
Yeah.
at the end of last year there in November, a lot of them stayed there. But check out the website, rounderscardclub.com, and then you can go to visitors. It's on the top menu tab. You might have to click the little button to bring down the menu, but you can go to visitors. You'll see the deals that we have with some local hotels. You can see some sightseeing things that you can go check out. So we got all that information organized for you. There's definitely, it's nice. I've never been to San Antonio until 4 months ago. And since I've been here, I've enjoyed the Riverwalk area. The food has been good. The people have been nice. You can play poker whenever you want. 24 hours, Rounders is open.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
A quarter.
So what's going to happen here now with the PLO bomb pot? Everybody has thrown in, I believe, $10, and then we go to 2 boards. 2 flops, and then now
nice.
everybody looks at their
Check.
4-card hand.
Yeah, and pretty connected flops. These flops in PLO are going to have a lot of draw-heavy
Check.
cards. And let's see
Check.
what people show up with
9
here.
check. 2 checks.
We do see some gut shots as well as some 2 pairs.
You don't need to look. She checked.
I don't even know how
And
to
Hannah open-ended on 1 with 2 pair on the other,
1, 2, 3, 9. Scan your cards.
as well as a gut shot to the straight flush that isn't being held by anyone else.
Yeah.
pot.
Looks like she has the
Oh.
most equity, and she does go pot.
The one in the contract.
Hannah having 41% to scoop both sides.
This is probably your first and last one.
No, it's not his first.
He's played several.
Oh, have you?
Several.
Let's see, gets to Hollywood.
Never this
Hollywood has the top pair, a gut shot to the nuts on one board. Nut straight also
Oh
on
my
the
God.
bottom possibilities for him.
That over there?
You like it?
Yes.
I don't
And
want
we got diamonds. Looks like Hannah's got diamonds as well. She's got a lot going on.
Oh yeah, Hannah has
Hannah's all
a.
over these boards.
She has one of those hands where you're kind of afraid because you just don't want to get scooped, but also your hand's very strong. It's gonna get called by Rudy.
Rudy has the ace of diamonds, and Rudy has a gut shot to the wheel.
Bull, right?
Top on the one board,
Yeah,
That's your favorite thing here, man.
and top pair on the other board.
I love wild rides.
and Hannah hits her straight, as well as Rudy picking up a queen high flush draw.
Hannah's a nut straight on the one board. She's still got a draw on the other board for the scoop, but now Rude has more flush outs. And she's potting it again.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot in that if Rudy were to call, it'd make it very hard for Eric to call, which Eric has queen 3 for top bottom on the top board, although actually he did turn a spade draw on the side that Hannah has the straight.
We still need service. Did you get?
Rude is deciding if he wants to make the call. He thinks his queen high flush draw could be good.
No, just one.
Yeah, it's a brutal spot because a lot of hands can have you just dead in this spot. Yellow is a very volatile game, especially double board.
I know. She cut me up before she cut your ass off.
Rudy is going to make the fold here, and it gets to Eric.
Are you kidding me?
Raise to 1,000.
Dude,
Wow, and Eric actually raises here.
how could they cut her off?
Very surprised, although he does have, in this exact spot, 50-50 to win.
Hannah's in there as well.
I haven't.
She calls to Eric's raise.
I have a little thing on both boards.
What are you talking about? I can't. Shit.
She
Oh,
holds
and
the
that's
bottom.
a scooper for Hannah here.
Looks like a scooper.
Straight.
A boat and a straight.
And just like that, like we were saying, fortunes can change. Doing a little dance, and she almost breaks even after that pot.
Celebrating.
Whatever.
PLO bomb pots. Your favorite dream or your favorite nightmare.
PLO bomb pots can make or break a profitable night by a lot. And
Well, the way these usually work is, somebody kind of busts out at the end. People want to gamble
yeah,
if they still have it in them. And fortunately here for Hannah, she makes a really strong hand, and Eric makes an aggressive move with his 2 pair on the one board.
I'm talking about myself.
yeah, and great hand to Hannah. It's crazy because she almost lost to the Jack 2 from CHAZ. If she didn't hit that queen, she would have doubled up there, which then wouldn't have led to the double up here, which is just really cool to see how, again, fortune just can change that fast in poker. Her being only down 318 now. And we had a question in the chat for Drew. Wonder if Drew has visited the Alamo. When Drew first got here, we actually went on a little trip around the Riverwalk, and we visited the Alamo as one of our spots.
Yep, so I have been to the Alamo. We got some cool pictures down there.
One more?
Fisher, I can't disagree with you, man, as far as Texas being, or poker being the best in Texas, man. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
I still can't believe that coaster that we rode. The
Ripley's, believe it or not,
Ripley's,
or
yeah.
something downtown. Yeah.
that was
that?
How much was it? Like
easier.
25
Too many
each?
cards. Somebody's gonna have
Yeah.
30 each? It was like the worst.
I know they got us good. At the end, I was feeling unsatisfied at
Try bluffing with 5
the
cards.
return I got for my 20, 30 bucks.
I mean, honestly, it was kind of one of those, like, you got to respect the
Like, I went
hustle
online for
things,
that
Oh yeah,
you know?
I was like, okay, you got me, you got me.
Yeah.
Touche,
Well,
Ripley's.
yeah.
Touche.
I'm
We
aboard.
got one more bomb pot coming, everyone. So we just saw we had a $1,600 pot there on our first one. And this is going to be the last one of the night. So reminder, if you enjoyed the stream, you enjoyed the commentary, you enjoyed this action here from San Antonio, Texas, hit the like button on YouTube. Don't forget to give us a follow on Twitch as well. We appreciate you hanging out. And we're very close to our 1,000 subscriber giveaway on YouTube.
Yeah, we only need 66 more people, so
We're getting there.
super close.
We're getting there. You guys are killing
Chaz,
it.
thanks for the shot. Thank you.
What's that?
Thanks for the drinks.
Oh yeah, sure.
Can you play
Yeah.
2 or can you play
Double
3 or 4?
Only 2.
Only
You
2.
must play 2 cards.
We got deuce 7-9 on the one board. We got a flush draw. We got the 7-6-4
Oh, on top too?
Yeah.
Terrible.
on the other board.
Another super
Seven
connected
checks,
flop.
2 cards no more.
I need
One check. Probably shouldn't even call it a flop.
That's
We got a bunch of checking going on so far.
that's the best part.
a lot of cards in there.
Yeah.
A lot of.
That's the joy of this
Looks
game.
like the action's on Eric.
Checking his cards.
He's checking them again.
Santa Claus over here checking it twice. Checking it 5 times.
It's tough, man. So many cards, seeing all the draws and everything.
You're
I have
like,
to check mine probably twice as much as he just did. It's crazy.
not only that, they're like 6 green tee shots in.
Yeah. I was like, wait a second, was that a 7 or a deuce?
That's it.
All right, let's go.
I like
All right,
last
we
time.
got to check around.
Three
A
cards.
rare thing
She
here.
potted the first half,
We're
I
getting a
should go
check
for it.
around to the turn.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
wow.
nice.
And it pairs the board.
And then we get a king on the other, which doesn't really connect too much on that board.
No, rainbow flop. I mean, rainbow board, which is really unique in PLO.
Yeah.
And it looks like we accidentally read this one card. So the 7 deuce 9-9 board still has one more card to go. Ignore the jack of spades. Checks around to Jacob on the button. Jacob bets. Chaz folds. Hollywood's still interested. At least to look at his cards one more time. All right, he's going to let it go. Richard might have a little something. Check it out, the board there. It's like he kind of looks like he might like that board.
Can you put them or put the table in rotation?
Richard's facial expressions are funny, man. Seems like a nice guy.
No.
Oh.
I just don't want to get that too.
He's interested.
You don't like
He's going to let it go. He's like, it's been a good
Did I
night.
say that sooner?
Thumbs up,
Rudy's
Richard.
not gonna
Yeah,
ever
thanks for
allow
playing tonight. Rood's in there
Trying to beat
for
me
60.
on purpose too.
Whoa.
Hannah locking it down.
Anna with
Eric
the
calls. Hannah folds,
Don't.
and we are going to the
Annie,
river.
regular deck.
So here's our board. So we got deuce 7-9-9. Ignore the jack of spades. It is a 3 of clubs, and then a queen of diamonds for our final 2 boards. Rood versus Jacob. Looks like Rood's gonna do the bet check. Let's see if it works. Oh, we got Eric in this too. I forgot. We got Eric and
Yeah.
Jacob. Eric checks.
Okay.
Jacob's got something to say. Let's listen in.
I just said okay. Fuck it. I guess I'll check.
He decides on the check.
King 9 is what it looks like. So he has trips on one side.
King, queen, and then I've got trip 9s.
So he's
That's a
got
big
2 pair and
scooper,
trip
so you can
9s.
muck your hands.
Yep.
It's okay.
It's like Eric releases.
Sometimes
This
reading
is
the
never-
PLO hands
never
is
a
like
winner,
hieroglyphics,
just
so I
trip
definitely
9.
get
Yeah,
that.
that's okay.
Nice hand to Jacob. Looks like he might be chopping a fruity.
It's a big scoop.
What's that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
then he scooped it actually.
I didn't know that.
Big scoop. Ship it.
Looks like Scooper
See, because that's never really
Jacob
a good bomb pot hand.
with a
Just
nice
trips and
finish.
2-pair, you can't really, especially in a double board.
to a very good night.
Yeah.
Which started off slow, but he turned it around, stuck in the game.
Richard.
Richard.
I'm telling you, he is the comeback king. He is does not go down without a fight, man.
I'm gonna come back here tomorrow.
You can see our winnings here. CHAZ and Jacob, big winners for tonight. Rudy was able to double up and stay doubled up. Richard as well.
Oh, are we done?
And
Y'all could
see our losses here. I'm sure anyone who's lost here will try again next week and do well, or maybe this Thursday even.
Yep. We got our next 1-2 game this Thursday here at Rounders. So tune in 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. We will be live across all of our platforms. Make sure you check out our link, !Rounders in the chat, wherever you're watching us from.
Yeah.
Make sure you follow our socials. Congratulations to our winners tonight. Don't forget, this Thursday we have our 20K guaranteed Monster Stack event at Rounders. 240 buy-in, 60,000 in chips. 6 p.m. start, 9:45 late reg. If you like tournaments, Rounder is the spot. Rounders,
Yeah.
Rounders, the new spot. Remember the first spot was called Rounder, and then they moved to the new spot here, and now they call it Rounders.
And now they're Rounders.
And now they're Rounders. Yeah.
It was a great stream. Thank you to everyone for playing in it. Everyone who played in it did really well. I thought it was a super awesome environment.
Mega awesome.
Yeah, mega awesome. It was super fun commentating with you, Drew.
You too, Ethan. Very much enjoyed it tonight. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please don't forget to hit the follows and the subscribes button so you get notifications when we go live next. My name is Drew, a.k.a. Bet on Drew. This is Ethan, Snowy on Twitter. We will catch up with you next time. Thanks, everyone.
Have a nice night.
And I sit down. And everything I do was like on.
I'm so in love with you. You got me down, my